So I hope everybody can hear me, right? My voice is clear, right? Rajalakshmi, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, great. Okay. So yeah. So the name was inspired by Monty Python's Flying Circus. So we have seen this just as a recap. Okay. So the person who has developed it, the Guido van Rosen, so he is most fond of this particular program, and he named it as Python. So that's how the name Python has come. Okay, and then we have looked into different features. We have tried to understand what are the different features of Python. Okay, so we call Python as a general purpose language. Okay, why do we call it as a general purpose language? So we have seen certain examples, right? We have seen like we have SQL, right? We have seen structured query language. So structured query language is very specific to DBMS, database management system. I cannot use SQL for data analysis or machine learning and other purposes, right? So in the same way, when we see like HTML, right, CSS, as we have seen before examples, so these will be only used on web development purpose, right? So that's so these are different applications. So these are very specific. These languages are very specific. But when it comes to Python, it's a general purpose language, right? So Python can be used for data analysis, right? It can be used for machine learning. It can be used for AI applications, right? Then we can use it for web development, database connectivity, right? For creating different games, right? All these are different applications of Python. Okay, so Python can be used for all these different applications. So it is called as general purpose language. We call it as a general purpose language. And yes, it is open source, right? The source code that is made freely available. So what happens? It is possible to modify, right? So, and it is free. It is free. And when we say open source, it is free. Anyone can download the program. Anyone can install the program. And that can be done. Okay, it is an open source program that we are dealing with. So we have interpreter and compiler. Okay, there are two things. So it is a combination of both. We can say that it is a combination of both. So what happens here? So interpreted language, the code directly gets executed without getting converted into machine language. For example, if you see, we have discussed about PVM, okay, Python virtual machine. So what happens in Python virtual machine? So we have a source code, right? That's a source code that we have here, or program that we are going to write. Okay, so that that gets into that when it is converted into bytecode. That's the machine. So where it is done, it is compiled. Okay, it is compiled. Okay, into machine code. So bytecode. Then it goes to interpreter. So we have something called as interpreter. So here, this interpreter is nothing but PVM. So that converts this into the final binary code, the machine language that is understandable by the machine. So machine will not understand the source code. Machine will understand only binary. Okay. So this will be finally we get as the output. Okay. Ultimately, we get our output in the machine that we are seeing. So this is the whole process that we have. So the PVM that we are seeing, the Python virtual machine, is the interpreter, which converts the source code into binary code that machine understands. Then the process happens, and finally we get the output. Okay. So we have, it's a combination. Okay. When we are looking into Python, it is a combination of both. Okay. We have interpreter and compile. So when it comes to compile, okay, it is faster. Okay, compilation, it is faster, takes entire program as input and memory required. So it is interactive. Okay, it is an interactive programming language. It is a procedure or the procedure of writing parts of program while it is already active. So it is interactive mode. Okay, we call it as an interactive mode. Okay, so it is an interactive programming language. We call it as an interactive programming language. So in the same way, we have scripting, we have dynamic programming. Okay, so when it comes to dynamic programming, so we are not going to, it is dynamically typed. Okay, we say it is dynamically typed. Okay, it is a dynamically typed program. That means when we are starting to write a program, we are not going to say what is the data type. Automatically, Python will be taking the data type. It will automatically take the data type. So in the same way, we have seen it is object-oriented programming language. So in simple, okay, when we see object-oriented programming is a computer programming model that focuses the design and development around data. Okay, objects is nothing but data. So based on the data, the function or logic will run. Okay, so an object can be defined as data points. For example, in case of functional programming language, if you see here, so functional programming is a computer programming model that focuses on design and development around logic. So if we have a logic, we can work on any data. Okay, here in this case, object-oriented language. So based on data or objects, we work on the function. So if data changes, function changes. Here, if the function will be same, data can be changed. Okay, that's the major difference between object-oriented programming and functional-oriented programming. So then we have shell scripting. So we have seen that all these are different features has been taken from different programming languages. Like we have shell scripting, modular programming. Okay, so portable. That means OS independent. So we can install on different operating systems, right? Windows, Linux, iOS, right? All these are different operating systems. So I can write the program in Windows, okay? And this program can be used in Linux. In the same way, the program written in Linux can be used in iOS, right? So it is portable and that program can be transferred and used as it is, okay? And it is English-like language, right? As we have seen, it is a English-like language, easy to read, write, and maintain. And we have many rich libraries. We discussed about there are different rich libraries are present. Okay, we'll be looking into all these libraries and all as we go further. Okay, what are the different libraries that we are going to use in data science or data analysis, and how they can be used, how we are going to import them, install them. All these are in process we'll be looking at. Then database connectivity, right? So we need to connect. Okay, so if we have a data in a database, so this should be connected to our Python programming where we write our code. Okay, so the purpose could be anything. So we start with data analysis, then we go for machine learning, and finally we deploy the model. Right? Finally, we deploy the model. So from where we are getting this data we are getting from different databases. Okay, this we call it as database connectivity. So we will be looking into how we are going to connect with MySQL, PostgreSQL, and how we are going to get the data. Again, if any data that is generated either in our deployment or in our Python programming, we can push the data into database. Okay, so that is something related to database connectivity, which is possible by using our Python. Okay, Python program. So these are different features that we have that are related to Python. So we have mind map. Okay, so yeah, so in our website we have something called as mind map. Okay, so where we have given all these topics. Okay, you can go through each and every topic here. Now we are dealing with Python programming. You can get into Python programming. Okay, you can look into each and every topic that we have given. So in detail, we have provided everything in detail. Right, so we recommend you to go through this every day 10 minutes. Okay, and in the same way, please try to subscribe to our YouTube channel that we have. Okay, like the success stories and many different videos related to different topics, and many webinars will be going on in our YouTube channel. Okay, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Okay, it will be very useful. Okay. So finally, we have looked into who uses Python today. Okay. So internally, Global and YouTube uses Python. Okay. NASA and network stock exchange applications we have. These top software companies like Industrial Light and Magic, Facebook, Instagram, Spotify, Quora, Netflix, top. All these are different big companies that that are nowadays using Python. Okay, so those are the applications. Okay, so let us start working on installation part. I hope everybody have joined to your laptops or machines. Okay, so I hope no one is on mobile. Okay, you can either it is Windows, Mac, or Linux. We can install. Let us do the website that we have here. So basically, python.org is a website that we have for Python, where you can find downloads. Okay, you can download the latest version of Python, and the latest version of Python is 3.11. Okay. So, and you can find many details here. Okay, when you go to community success stories, right? You can see in where Python is being used, what are the different domains, industries where it is being used. So there are many different success stories where, like we have seen that it is a general purpose language. It can be used in different ways, right? So here we can see in arts, business, education. So in wider range, so Python is used everywhere. So whatever Python program we have here, if we download from this particular website, the UI, okay, the user interface, whatever we are seeing, okay, that we will be getting as a command prompt. Okay, a box we are seeing here. So that's a command. Okay, this is the console is loading now. And as you can see, we can use Python basically as a calculator. So we are not going to use it in that way, but yes, right? So we can see, basically we can use Python as a calculator. Here, we are using Python programming. So if I download Python from this particular website, I will be getting a UI similarly whatever we are seeing here. Okay, so like a command prompt, if you see here, I take this is nothing but a command. You'll be getting a UI in this way. So you can write the program, you can execute the program, but it's not that user friendly. For developers who are working on complete core Python, so basically they will be working on the command prompt. Okay, so we will be using it differently. Okay, so we are not going to download Python from here. We will be using something called as Anaconda. Let me show you. It's a package. Okay, Anaconda is a package of all different IDs. I will be getting into what is an IDE and all. Okay, I'm just trying to open Anaconda Navigator. Will take some time. So meanwhile, I'm opening one more program, that is Spyder, where we can write, execute, and debug our program. Just I'll be showing you the difference once. Okay, then we will start our installation process. Okay. So we have seen, yeah. So here we have written the program as 1 plus 1 and have got the output, right? So here in this way also we can write. Yeah? Same program can be written here also. Okay. So it's a platform where we can write our program, okay, and then we can execute it. So now, if you see here, I run it, okay, I am seeing the output here. So everything is separate, right? So we have a pane on my left side where I write my program. On my right side, I can see my output, and it is very much organized, right? User friendly. You can clearly say what is my input, what is my output, right? So all this we can see clearly when it comes to Spyder. Okay. So generally we call them as IDEs, integrated development environments. Okay, integrated development environment. This is an environment that we use to write our program. Okay, so the same program, right, we have written in this mode also. Okay, it is something directly we are getting from Python, but here the UI is completely different. Okay, I'm going to get the UI as the command prompt. Okay, so here we are getting a different UI. So we will be using different IDEs. Okay, any IDE we can use. Okay, it's your comfort, or depending on the company you're working. Okay, so if you are working, maybe so you'll be using VS Code, you'll be using Jupyter, right? All these are different IDEs we have. Okay, so all this, the code will not change. One thing we have to remember, that the code will be same. Okay, any environment we can use. Okay, so now how we are going to get this? Okay, am I going to install them individually? No. So what we are going to do, we have something called as Anaconda. Okay, so we have something called as Anaconda Navigator. I am going to only install Anaconda Navigator. So when I install Anaconda Navigator, you can see we have something called as Jupyter Notebook. Okay, that is an IDE. Okay, so Spyder, which I have shown you right now, that is an IDE. Right. So along with that, we will get something called as PyCharm. This is also an IDE. Right. So this is a package of all these different programs, all these different applications that we have. Okay, everything will be getting in one place, and that we call it as Anaconda Navigator. So what we are going to do is, like, we are going to install Anaconda Navigator. Okay, if I install Anaconda Navigator, I can use either Spyder, or I can use PyCharm, or I can use Jupyter Notebook. Okay, we'll see what is the difference between Spyder, Jupyter. Basically, we will be using Spyder and Jupyter while we are learning. Okay, if we learn how to use Spyder and Jupyter, and there are certain cloud-based IDEs also, we can use anything. Okay, the code is almost same. Okay, just we need to look into the UI. Okay, once we look into the UI, where I'm getting output, where I'm getting input, and everything, we can use any IDE. Okay, there are different IDEs. We can use any IDE. Okay, so we will be installing Anaconda Navigator. Once it is installed, you will be seeing this particular screen. Okay, the UI that we are looking here, you will be seeing this. Okay. Am I clear with this? Whatever I have explained right now? Yeah. Do we have any doubts? Yes. Okay, we'll get into more what is IDE and all. Okay, what are the different types we have and all. Okay, so let's try to install. So we have already provided the steps. Okay, steps for installation were already given. Okay, you can also follow from here. It's a very easy installation. Just we need to give next. Okay, next and nothing to be selected. Okay, everything will be there. Okay, it will be there. Okay, just you need to give next and install. That's it. Very easy installation. Let me show you from where you are going to do it. We have Anaconda. Okay, I'm going to provide this chat box so that you can go directly. Okay, just click on the link that I have provided to you. Yes, friends, am I clear what we are doing right now? Okay, do we have any doubts? Yeah, Kirtana, Bhumika, Harish. Okay. Okay, so let's download first. Okay, everybody, are you in this page? So here we have download option. Okay, just click on download. Okay, you will be downloading this file. Yeah, are you downloading the file? Okay, so once it is downloaded, yeah, friends, are you downloading? Yeah. If you have any issues, you can inform me. Sadhana, Sanjay, Vikrant, are you downloading? Great. Okay, you can open the application. Okay, so it will, you are going to get the first step. Okay, just you have to go give next. Okay, you have to give just me. Okay, here the option should be recommended is just me. Okay, you can leave it like. Okay, then next again. Yeah, it will take the path automatically. You are not going to specify anything. Okay, then next again. And finally install. Only 4 easy steps. You can install Anaconda. Once we install Anaconda, automatically we have to see that we are installing all different IDs also at one place. If you are having any issue, you can raise, you can share your screen. Okay, we will solve possible. Okay, and we'll install it. Okay. If you want to share your screen, you can inform if there is any requirement. Yeah, Sumana, do we have any issue in installation? Okay, only Sadhana has replied me. What about others? Is it going on? Installation is going on? Have you downloaded it? Okay, great. It is already there. That's fine. I think yes. Okay. Okay, Kirtana, it's done. Yogeshwar, it's done. Okay. Others, if you have any issue, you can share your screen. You can show me. Okay. It's a very simple installation. Just we have to give next, 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 and next. Only 4 steps. Okay, we'll be getting instruction. Okay, Rajalakshmi. Yes. Okay, if installation is done, we will proceed further. Okay. I assume that there is no issue in installation. Everybody has installed. Okay. So now, once you have installed it, if you search for Anaconda, okay, please give Anaconda. Okay, here in search, we'll find Anaconda Navigator. Okay, you can open it directly from here. Okay, everybody, please open Anaconda. Okay, are you able to open this screen? Are you getting this UI? If you are getting this, the installation is successful. Okay, there is no issue in Anaconda. Okay, that should be the confirmation. Okay, if you have any issue in opening this particular application, again, we need to look into it. Okay, if you are opening it, that's fine. Okay, let us proceed. So here you have something called as launch. Okay, so generally it will be launched. Generally it will be launched. Okay, when you have installed it. If it is not launched, you will see something like install. Okay, you will see something like install. Okay, if you have installed, you have to install it again. Okay, just you have to click on it. It will install. Okay, currently what we are going to do, we are going to use Spyder and we are going to use Jupyter, and along with that we should also have the command prompt. Okay, these three are important for us. So we will see that all these three are in launch mode, not in install mode, launch mode. Okay. If it is in install mode, okay, you have to install it. Okay. So I just don't remember exactly whether we have installed initially or after, but if it is in install mode, we need to install. Okay, so you can see here. So PyCharm is in install. Okay, so we will be using Spyder and Jupyter notebook for our practice now. Right? Okay. So now Jupyter is also an IDE. Spyder is also an IDE. IDE is nothing but integrated development environment. Okay, where we write our program, where we execute our program, where we debug our program. Debugging is nothing but if we have any errors, we try to resolve that. Okay, so all that we will be doing in the IDE. Okay, so when it comes to command prompt, if I search for Anaconda, okay, it will show me the prompt, Anaconda prompt. Okay, so here we can see Anaconda 3. That's the base environment you are going to have. Okay, when I'm going to open it, okay, so this is nothing but whatever we have seen initially in this website. Okay, if you observe, yeah, so this is the command prompt. Okay, the same thing. So I can execute my program here also. Okay, you can see that we have Anaconda 3, and when it starts, it is opening. Okay. So on top, okay, on top, okay, let me, okay, this is okay. So this is the Anaconda prompt that we have. That's the command prompt. Okay, here we are going to say it as Anaconda. So we can write our program here. We can execute the program here also. Okay, so here on the in the brackets you are going to see that's is the environment. Okay, we can create different environments. Okay, like I am working in a project. okay, project 1. So I am going to create an environment related to project 1, and all different libraries that are related to this particular program or this particular project will be only installed in this particular environment. We can create that. Okay. So in this way, I have created something called as RAG. Okay. So here you can write your program, you can execute your program. So this is Anaconda prompt that we have. It's like a command prompt. If there are certain times when you have to install something, so it is suggested to install in Anaconda prompt. Okay, it will take the complete installation. Okay, so that is one. And next we have something called as Jupyter notebook. Okay, if you are working on Jupyter notebook, okay, you can open it directly from here also. Okay, if I click on launch, directly it goes to Jupyter notebook, or I can do that from here also. So Jupyter, okay, if I search for it, okay, this is the base environment. Okay, Jupyter notebook Anaconda 3 is the base environment that we get from when we install. Okay, when we install Anaconda, that's the base environment we are going to get. So where it is opened here, okay, the UI will be different. It is open, you can see that the UI will be different. Yeah, you can see that whatever is your default browser you have, okay, it will be opening in your default browser. Okay, it could be Chrome, Opera, it could be Mozilla, right? Explorer, okay. Whatever default browser you have, it will be opened in default. So, but it is like it opens in a browser, but it will not require any internet. It's not online, it works offline. Okay, that is something you can remember. Right? All these IDEs can be worked offline. There are certain IDEs that work online. Okay, we will be looking into them later. Okay, so here we are looking into something called as Jupyter notebook, and we have it works offline. So how we are going to work on it? Just I'm going to show you. Anyhow, you are going to, while we practice the code, automatically you will be acquainted with it. Just I'm going to give you some introduction, overall introduction to the Jupyter. Okay. So you can see that on top we have logout. Okay, we can log out from here, and after that you can see we have upload option. Okay, I can upload a file directly from here. Okay, I can upload a file directly from here. So what file I'm going to upload? I cannot upload any file. Okay, so I can upload only Python files here. So for example, on my desktop, okay, I am going to select any Python file and I can, but here, if you observe, we have .py. Okay, if you observe on the screen, the extension of this file is .py. Okay, so what does that mean? It is a Python file. For example, if you have an Excel file, okay, or CSV file, the extension will be .csv. In the same way, when you have a Python file, the extension will be .py. Okay, now there is a difference that you have to remember. The .py file, whatever we are seeing, this is related to Spyder. Okay, code will not change. Code will be same. Code will be same. Either it is Spyder or it is Jupyter. Okay, either it is Spyder or Jupyter, the code will be same. Will not change. Okay, so one thing that will be difference here is the file name. You can observe when it comes to Jupyter, when you save a file from here, you will see .ipynb. That means Python notebook. Okay, we call it as a Python notebook, Jupyter Python notebook, and it will be saved as ipynb. Right? Both these are Python files. Both these are Python files. The code, there is no difference. Okay, so we will have same code. There is no difference. But the file name, if you observe here, the file that we are getting from Spyder will be .py as the extension. But in case of Jupyter, the extension will be IPYNB. Okay, that is something we need to remember. Okay, now how this difference will be recognized. Okay, if I see here, what I am trying to do, I am using Jupyter and I am trying to upload .py file. Okay, so it's not, it should be .ipynb file, but I am trying to upload .py file. So when I select, when I open it, okay, when I'm saying upload, where do I have this file? Yeah, okay, here I have this file. Now I am trying to open it. So I have opened this file. Yeah, we have the code, right? We have the code, but I cannot execute this code here. I can only see what I have here. I can only read, but I cannot execute this code. Okay, that's a major difference. So .py file, we are going to get .py file from Spyder. Okay, so if I want to use a .py file, I should be only using Spyder IDE. I cannot use that file in Jupyter IDE. Am I clear with that? Right? So now as we have seen this, okay, let us look into IPYNB file also. Okay, let us look into IPYNB file. How actually, okay, you can see the extension here clearly. Right, there are many files that we have here. Clearly, you can see the extension. So I am opening something called as this IPYNB. Okay, K means okay, there is a file here. I'm trying to open. So you can see that the extension is IPYNB. Okay, we are opening that file here. So it says local host. Okay, so it's in local, it is opening in local. Okay, so still program is running. Okay, in Jupyter, if the program is running, we can see that here. Okay, on my right side, I can see, right? So that's the indication that the program is still running. Okay, it will be in black color. So once the program is completed, it will be in white. And that will be changed. Okay, so now you can see here. Now we can see the comparison, okay, between .py and .ipynb. Now I have opened .ipynb. You can see here I can execute the code. Okay, so here the code will be executed cell by cell. Okay, this is one cell. Okay, this whole thing that we are seeing here, okay, that is cell number 1. This is cell number 2. Okay, if I want to execute this, what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep my cursor anywhere here. And we have an option on top, run. Okay, we have an option on top, that is run. I'm going to just click on that. Okay, so if I keep it here, I'm just going to run it. Okay, you can see here on my right side, the program is running. So I'm waiting. Right now, we are running these lines of code. Okay, these lines, there are 10 lines of code. That 10 lines of code, we are trying to run it. Okay, so that is something related to Jupyter. So in the same way, if I want to run the next line, I am going to just run. Right? So line by line, okay. Here, there is just importing. Okay, we are just importing, so there is no. Okay, let me show you. Let us create a new IPYNB file. This is already existing. We have seen how to upload it. Okay, and there are certain things we can observe. We can see we can give all these headings, right? Titles, right? We can clearly mention all these details in our, okay. So the documentation is very much possible in Jupyter. Okay. If I just click on here on top, we have plus. If you observe, we have an option plus here. Okay. If I just click on that, that will give me a new cell where I can write my code. So 1 plus 1. So, right, 1 plus 1, I am giving 1. Okay, that will give me the output. So you can observe here. So immediately on the next line, I'm going to get the. So now again, I am just giving an enter. I am saying 20 plus 20. So now if I run it again, right, what do you observe here? So there are 2 lines of code here. Python runs line by line, okay? And I am saying that when I am running this cell, whatever line that is there in the last, only that output will be printed here. So this is the case that we see in Jupyter. Okay, in Jupyter, your output will be there for only for the. So if I give some option here, maybe if I say print, okay, we have something called as okay. If I give something like print, okay, that will print automatically. Okay, that will give you print. Okay, when I am saying print and when I'm entering it, you can see that whatever we have given print, that also we have got, and the result will be there for the last line. Will always last line will be the result. Okay, that's the difference. Okay, we will see how it happens in Spyder also. Then you will understand clearly what is the difference. Okay, so now I don't want this cell. Okay, this is not required to me. So what I am going to do, we have an option here, cut. So I'm going to cut that cell. Okay, so that is one thing. And if I want to move this cell, right? If I want to move this cell, so I can move it to up, I can move it to down. These are all different options, and there are many. Okay, you will be learning while you are. Okay, and one important option that we need to understand is, so here this is code. Okay, whatever we have written is a code. So I am saying we have to mention that here in the drop down we have different options. It will be asking you in that cell whether you have written code or it is heading or it is markdown. Markdown and heading are related to the documentation part. Code is related to our code. So if it is a code, I have to mention that it is a. Okay. Or if I am writing something like, okay, that's a code. I have created one more cell. I am saying Python session. Okay. So Python session, we said that it is code. Okay. So when I run it, generally what happens? It will give me error, a syntax error. If I run it, it will give me syntax error. But when I change this to markdown, it will automatically recognize that it is an. Okay. So that is how we can write our. So this we call it as code modularity. We keep our code in such a way that it is understandable. So anybody who reads, okay, it should be readable, right? So all these options will provide us that flexibility. Okay, that gives us this flexibility, right? So that is how we can use Jupyter. Okay. Okay, so that is one thing we have uploaded. Okay, and we have seen in the same way. We will have all these files here. We will have all these files here. So these files, whatever you are seeing, these files are uploaded files. Okay, whenever I have uploaded a file, that will be seen there. And I can see here, if you observe, on my right side, we have something called as new. Okay, we have a drop down here. So here we have something called as Python 3. Okay, we have Python 3. So I am going to click on Python 3. Okay, so there is a new Python file has been created. You can start writing your program. Okay, you can change the heading. You can give a heading. Okay, first Python session. Okay, that's the title of my file. I'm going to write some program, import Mondelus. That's ED. Okay, so I'm going to write one more line. Here I'm going to say, maybe I'm writing A is equal to 1, A, B is equal to 2, and print A plus B. Simple. A plus. Okay. Now I'm going to okay. That's very okay. So whatever keywords we have, okay, I said that there are many 30 plus keywords we have. Along with that, whatever functions we have, we should be looking into this aspect. Okay, we should be using in the same way because Python is case sensitive. Okay, that is important. Python is case sensitive. It recognizes case. Okay, so let me run it. Okay, we have got that. So now I want to save it. Okay, so on the top we have file. Okay, so here I have an option download as. So how I have to download it? I have to download it in notebook format, IPYNB. You can see IPYNB, or I can also download this in .py. If I download this in .py format, I can use this in Spyder also. But if I download something in .ipynb format, I should only use in Jupyter. Okay, so I am going to download it in IPynb format. Okay, so now we have downloaded it. Okay, are we clear? Okay, let me cut this. And I am pasting it. Here. Okay, I have kept this file on my desktop. First Python session, and you can clearly see the extension is IPynb file. Okay, now there is one more option how to get that file to my Jupyter. Okay, let us see that. We have okay, so I'm going to home page. So here we have desktop. Okay, so when I click on desktop, are you able to see this file? Yes, this file. First Python session directly. I can take my file directly from desktop. Here, right? And there are many different options how to upload the data. Okay, that all when we get through, we'll be looking at all those. Okay, so that is how we can take the file. Okay, so we have desktop. From desktop also I can take it. Right? So that is one thing. And if you want to run, okay, we call it as console or kernel. Okay, so when I'm running the program, if you have installed something, generally what happens, for example, if you have installed something in your machine, okay, your machine says that you have to restart the whole machine and you have to work on it again. In the same way, sometimes we will be restarting the whole session. Okay, we'll be restarting the whole session here. How do we restart it? We have different options. I can restart directly. We call it as kernel. Okay, we are going to restart everything. Okay, again. Okay, when we restart everything, we have to run the program again. Okay, so here the next option that we have, restart and clear out. So it will clear output and restart. Then next option we have restart and run all. Okay, directly we are not going to run line by line. It will run everything at one. Okay, so these are different options that are very important. Okay, basically we should be knowing all these different options. Are we clear up to this? Do we have any doubts? Yes, friends. Are we clear up to this? Do we have any doubts? Okay. Please try to open Jupyter and see what we have. Okay. If you have any doubts, okay, you can ask me. Okay. Have you all opened Jupyter? Okay, try to open Jupyter and see what are the different options we have. Okay, that's the first step. Okay, but that is something related to Jupyter. Okay, if you have any doubts, you can ask me. Okay, if you are unable to find any options or anything, any issues, just you can ask. Now let us move to Spyder. So when it comes to Spyder, what we have seen, the file extension that we see here, that will be .py. Okay, the file extension will be dot. Okay, that is something very important we need to understand. That's very basic. Okay, whatever file you are creating, you can see here all these files are .py files. If I take .ipynb, that is not useful. I cannot use .ipynb file in my Python. Okay, now how to take this? Okay, if there is a file, how to get that file into my Spyder and how to run it? Let's try to see that. So here on my left side, we have a drop down, okay, and we have an option called as open. Okay, so I am clicking on open, and there are many files that we have. Okay, so here we have .py file. Directly, I am clicking on it, and okay, that's it. Now let's see the difference. Okay, now we have the file here. I'm trying to run the. I'm trying to run the code here. So here, so I'm saying import keyword. Okay, for example, I'm saying import keyword, and on top we have an option where we have to run it. Okay, you can observe here. So if I want to run the code line by line, okay, we will be using this particular option. Okay, so now I am going to click on that option. Okay, just I'm going to keep my cursor here and I'm going to click. Okay, so now on my right side, you can see that, yes. Right here whenever we are working on Spyder, we can see every line of code that is being executed, the output can be seen clearly. Okay, so I am writing this particular line of code. When I am running it, you can clearly see that what is the output that I have. So this is the output pane. On my right side down, we have output pane. On my left side, we have the editor. Okay, it's a editor pane. Okay, so on top we have there are 4 options you can see here. Okay, one we have it for help. Okay, one we have it for help. Now I want to know more about keyword. Okay, so we have something called as keyword. I don't know much. Okay, there are many, as I said, there are hundreds of functions, and it's not possible to know each and every function, right? So what I am going to do, I am going to click here. Okay, we have an option for help. Okay, in help, that will give me complete documentation what we are working on. Okay, any function, anything, directly you are going to get the information. You can read. Okay, you can read and you can execute. Okay, the same way, if I select this, if I click, okay, and we have an option called as go to definition. Okay, if I click on go to definition, right? So here it will open, okay, keyword.py. Okay, that's a keyword.py file we are working on, right? As I said, all these are different functions. Okay, you can see the complete information about this particular library. Okay, there are 2 ways I have shown you. Okay, first is just select on that, because it is not possible to know each and every library. It is not possible to know each and every function. So we will be, okay, once I see a new function, I'm going to right click. I'm going to go to definition. Okay, you are going to click on go to definition to know more about that particular keyword. Clear? Are we clear about help? Yes, friends, are we clear about this? Okay, these things are very important. Okay, while you are learning, okay, because we will be working on different libraries, we'll be working on different functions, right? So these are very important. Okay, just you have to click on right and go to definition, or just select, you can hover on it, you will be getting all these details. Click anywhere in this tooltip so that it will give you information in help. Right? So that is something we have related to how to use help here. Okay. So Python has a lot of documentation. The documentation will be in such a way that it will give you the examples also. How to write that program, what you require in that program, all that will be given. Okay. So as when we are working on Python, we should be utilizing all this. Okay. this is possible. Okay, these are such options you will be seeing only in Spyder. In Jupyter, again, these will differ, right? So the UI part that we are looking into, that is completely different. Spyder is a different thing and Jupyter is a different thing based on the UI. Okay, but the program, the same program here, you see, program will not change. Clear? That is something we need to remember. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that is one thing. And we have something called as variable explorer. Okay, so whenever we create a variable, okay, I am saying a is equal to 1. So I'm going to explain you what is variable and all. Okay. So when I'm just creating a variable here, I am trying to save certain amount of information into A. Okay, that's the memory point. Okay. So now when I execute this, okay, I can see that. Yeah. So it will give me. So did I mention anything here related to the data type? No, automatically Python will recognize what is the data type. So we will be looking into what are the different data types that we have, how we are going to use them, and everything. Okay, that is right. So here we need to observe that automatically Python has recognized the data. So what we can see here, I can see L variable explorer. In variable explorer, whatever variable you are creating, complete details you are going to see. What is the name, type, size, value, all these details. So if I click here, that will show me the value. Okay. There are some more applications here that I'm going to show you when we look into more different details. Okay. And we have something called as plots, right? So generally we go for graphical representations. Okay. So whenever you work on graphical representations, so automatically you can see those graphs here. You'll be getting the graphs. You can see the graphs here. You can expand those and you can analyze the data. Okay. Whenever you generate a plot, that you can see here. Okay. So the UI is completely different. So we can run line by line, you can see the output. Right. So what happens in Jupyter? If there is a cell, okay, if there is a cell, okay, if I am writing 4 lines, the output will be shown only for the final. Right. That's a major difference we have seen. If I want to get the output for these, what I have to do? I have to give the print option. I have to say, I want to print this, I want to print this, and this will be automatically printed. Right? That's the basic UI difference. Clear? So in the same way as we have seen before, so we have a console that is running here. And if I want to restart the console, on my right side, we have 3 lines. Okay, you can click on here and you can say restart kernel. Automatically that will restart the kernel. Okay. Again, we need to run again. So see the difference I'm going to show you. So here we have imported keyword. Okay, that's a library. From that keyword, I have used a function. Okay. So that is already done. Okay, we have already imported keyword. We have run this. We have seen the output. Now I have restarted the kernel. If I am running this line, okay, I'm running 104 line, says that there is no keyword because we have restarted the whole kernel again. So we have to import it again. The session is starting again. Okay, the old session that's done. Okay, so now we are in a new session. So we need to import everything again. I have to import. Now when I say yes, I'm getting the output. Clear? Right? So we'll see all this. Okay, what are these keywords and all again when we get into the program. Okay, that's we are going to see. And if I want to run the whole program, I don't want to run it line by line. So we have an option here. Right? So here we have an option. When you click on it, you can run the whole program. Okay, that is something you can do. And along with that, we have save. Okay, we can take the files. If I want to take a file, we have seen that we are going to use file and we are going to open directly. You can open the folder. That also option. But here, do we have the option for comments and all? Like we have seen the headings in Jupyter? No, do not have. So we are going to give the headings and code modularity, the explanation, everything by using comments. So here you are looking at a single line comment. A single line comment can be given by using hashtag. If it is a multiple line comment, if it is a multiple line comment, so I'm just removing the comment. If you see here, if I remove the comment, okay, it will see that this is a code, right? So Spyder is looking for a code here, and it is saying that it is an invalid syntax. Okay, basically it is not following any type of syntax. It's just a sentence. Okay, so what we are going to do, I am going to give hashtag. Once when I give hashtag here, okay, so once I give hashtag, that becomes a, and then it will not see for any code. Automatically it understand that we have commented. Okay? So if it is a multiple line, so always it is not possible to write everything in single sentence. If you write multiple lines, so then we are going to use triple quotes. Right? So then we are going to close them. Okay? So it's a multiple line comments. There are 2 lines here. Right? Are we clear up to this? Whatever we have discussed. Okay. We have seen Anaconda Navigator, okay, which is a Anaconda distribution which contains different IDEs. Okay, so we have Jupyter, we have Spyder, and we have also something called as a PyCharm. All these are different IDEs that are already present. Okay, so what we are going to do, I can either use Jupyter, I can either use Spyder, I can either use PyCharm, anything. Okay, any one we can use. So code will be same, code will not change, but the UI that we have, that will be changing. Okay, the Jupyter UI is different, Spyder UI is different, PyCharm will be different. Okay, so these are different IDEs that we have. So these will be already installed. Okay, if it is already installed, so you will see something called as launch. If it is not installed, you have to install. Along with that, we have Anaconda prompt, the command prompt. Okay, Anaconda prompt. So this also we need to install. Okay, if it is already installed, it will show you launch. If it is not installed, it will show you install. Okay, so then if I want to get into Jupyter, so I can also click on launch after getting into Anaconda, but every time opening Anaconda, opening Jupyter, say tedious. So what we do, I'm going to just search for Jupyter. My search box, I'm going to search for Jupyter in my machine, then directly I'm going to open. Okay, I can either work on Jupyter or I can work on Spyder. Anything is okay. We'll be showing you while we are working on. So as we have started learning, we'll be looking into Spyder, then we look into Jupyter. Okay, whatever is possible. So we'll be seeing all this. Are we clear up to this? Do we have any doubts? Yeah. So have you all installed Anaconda? Is Anaconda installed, everybody? Can you please confirm, friends, in chat box? Yeah, we have like 20 members in this session. Right? Everybody, right? Anaconda is done. You could open Anaconda Navigator, right? Then have you checked Spyder? You could open Spyder. You could open Jupyter. Yeah. So are we in same page, everybody? Okay. If you have any issues in installation or anything, let us clear today. Okay, after this, we'll be going into programming part and all. Okay, so everybody, if you have any issue with installation and all, let us clear today and we need to proceed. Okay, I'm expecting that installation is done. Okay. Okay, so the first topic we'll be looking into, that will be variables, creating variables in Python. Then we'll be looking into operators. Okay, so then we will be looking into functions. Okay, what are different functions we have? Then we go for loops. Okay, right. So these are certain important things that we start working on. Okay, then finally we will be seeing some advanced topics like exception handling and file handling. Generally we do not get into those aspects, but these are some advanced topics. Okay, like we have file handling and exceptional handling that we are going to look into, and after that we will be seeing what are different libraries we have and how do we use Python for data analysis, and finally we'll be looking into database connectivity. Okay, this is the process, how we are going to proceed. Okay, so we'll be looking into some theoretical part, then we see how it is going to work in our Python. Okay. Let me check what we have in our slides. Okay, I cannot able to. Okay, once I stop share, yeah, I will share it again. Yeah, I think. Okay. So the installation is done. Okay. Now we have installed IDEs, right? Integrated Development Environments in Anaconda and Navigator. Okay, that is what we have done. For beginners, most of the experts recommend Spyder. Okay, that is what I have said. I have shown you Spyder, right? So it is easy to understand. We can see what is happening in each and every line. So I can run each and every line. I can execute it. I can see what is out. So most of the experts recommend Spyder. Okay, so the UI that we have seen, that will be this way. Okay, you'll be finding all these different applications. Okay. Okay, so apart from all this, first we'll be looking into data types. So what is a data type? Any idea? What are the different data types that we have? Generally. So when we have a data, we should be looking into data type, right? So we know what is a data. Data is some information, right? If I have a data, there should be some data type. Any idea? Generally, what type of data we have? In simple terms, okay, let's not get into Python. In simple, when I say data and types, so what are the different types generally we could able to notice? Yeah, friends. In float character. Okay, you have answered something related to Python. Yeah, generally. Okay, so let's take it as numerical data and non-numerical data. Yes or no? Yeah, there will be, yes, Boolean also. Okay, we'll get into Python data types again. Okay, in general, I am going to explain. Okay, generally, when I say data, we'll have numerical data and non-numerical data. Okay, so whenever we are applying some logic, okay, why do I use Python? So we are going to apply some logic here. We are going to write a logic. So to this logic requires certain information. Okay, this information will be my input. So, right, that's my input. And we are expecting some output from it. Right. So finally we get the output. So that depends on the logic, whatever logic you're writing. If you are saying A plus B, that's a logic. If you are saying A minus B, that's a logic. If you ask for A minus B, that will be an output. Okay, if you ask for A plus B, that will be an output. Right. But what is the output? What is the input here? Right. What is A? It is B. I have to give the input. Then using this input, you are going to ask the output. For this, you are going to include a certain logic in between. So that's general. In general, what is program is. The logic could be complex. Right? We can write a complex logic, we can write a simple logic. So that depends. Okay, whatever you are doing. Now, when it comes to the input, right? So when I'm saying numerical, yes, exactly. When I say A plus B, A minus B, A multiplied by something. So all these are, we are expecting a numerical output. So we expect a numerical input. Okay. In the same way, there are certain logic where we get text. Right? So there could be a text data also. So when I am saying A is equal to 1, okay, I have only one value, right? A is equal to 1, only one value. So when I am saying A is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, what happens? If I am not mentioning anything, this 1, 2, 3, 4 will be taken as only one number. Right? But what I mean is, I am looking for a sequence of numbers. Right? My input could be a sequence of numbers. We don't know. It depends on your logic. Okay, again, it depends on your logic. So if I'm giving only one value, that's a different thing. If I'm giving a sequence values, that's a different thing. If I'm giving a text, yes, that is a different thing. Right? So whatever input that we are providing here, we are working on a logic and we are getting an output. So this input, whatever we are providing, that should be recognized by my Python program, right? So for this, we have got certain types, data types. We call them as data types. Okay. So what are the different data types that we have here? We have numeric data type and we have Boolean data type. We have set, we have dictionary, and we have sequence. Okay, we have numeric, Boolean, set, dictionary, and sequence. These are the different data types. Okay. So when it comes to numeric, okay, again, it is divided into three types: integer, float, and complex number. So what is an integer? Any idea? Yeah, friends, what is an integer? Yeah, yes. We have learned this long back. If you're not right, integer, it's a whole number, right? Integer is a whole number. When I say whole number, yeah, right. It could be zero also, right? So it could be negative number, it could be positive number, it could be zero, it could be anything, right? It's not that only value that is greater than zero. Okay, when I say whole number, the value could be anything. Could be -1, 0, or okay, it could be negative value, 0, or a positive. Could be anything. Okay, so that is integer. Okay, any whole number can be taken as integer. So when I am saying A is equal to 1, what is it? It is an integer. So Python will automatically recognizes that as an integer. Okay, so that is something we need to remember. The same way, when we have float, okay, when we have float is nothing but a decimal number. Okay, so what is a decimal number? We have fraction, okay, maybe 2.1, 2.5. It's a decimal value, right? So decimal will be recognized if there is a decimal value in your data. Okay, in your input, if you are providing a decimal value, so it is recognized as float. Okay, for example, I am saying A is equal to 2.1. So automatically, I'm not going to provide anything here. Automatically, by seeing this format, okay, by seeing this dot, okay, the Python will recognize that it is a float value. Okay, automatically it says it's a float value. Okay, in the same way, we have something called as complex number. So we'll have different equations. For example, A plus, 2 plus I 10 something. Okay, so the value that we are seeing, it's an imaginary number. Okay, we say it as an imaginary number. So if we have any input in that format, that will be recognized automatically by complex. Okay, so in numeric, we have three types: integer, float, and complex. Right? So these are the three different types that. So we have integer, float, and complex. So integer is nothing but the whole number. Okay, it is nothing but the whole number, and float is nothing but a decimal value. Okay, complex number contains a imaginary value. Okay, so anything, if Python sees anything, any value in this format, automatically it will recognize. We shouldn't mention anything. Automatically it will do it. Okay, it is a dynamically typed program. Okay, we have seen that it is dynamically typed program. Okay. Now, there are two things here. Okay. So we are saying sequence, we are saying set and dictionary. Okay. So these two can be said as unordered. Okay. There is some ambiguity. Okay. When it comes to dictionary, whether it is ordered or unordered, some say that it is ordered, some say that it is unordered, but generally we take it as unordered. Okay. So on the basis of indexing, okay, we have something called as indexing. Okay. So set and dictionary, these are two different data types. Okay. That will be considered as unordered data types. And sequence, in sequence again, if you observe, we have three types. So one is list, okay, the other is tuple, and the third is string. Okay, so let's see what we have here. So when I'm assigning a value, when I'm saying A is equal to 1, that is an integer. When I am assigning a value, A is equal to 1.2, that's a float. Okay, so when it is come to complex number, then I'm saying A is equal to maybe 2 plus I, okay, 2 plus J 10, something like that. It's a complex number. So in the same way, when it comes to list, okay, list is when I say A is equal to, when I am providing a sequence of values 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? How many values we have? Now we have 4 values. Okay. So when we have a sequence of values, now we are dealing with, here we have dealt with only single value. Now we are dealing with multiple values. Now you are writing a logic where the input should contain multiple values, where I am using list. The same way, I can also use tuple. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have multiple values, and I can also use, we not only deal with numerical values. Okay, the logic that we are going to write, that not only deals with numerical values, that may also have a text value. That may also have a text value. Okay, in the same way, we have set. Okay, if you have a set, so we are going to provide multiple values here also. Right? When it comes to dictionary, so I am going to provide it as A. So here we have key value pairs. We'll be having key value pairs. We'll be looking at. Okay, that is something to do. So all these are different types of inputs that you are going to provide. Your logic. Okay, we'll be seeing one by one. So anyhow, now we understand integer, float, and complex number. Those are like common things. We should understand what is a list, what is a tuple, what is a set, what is dictionary. These 4 are very important. Okay, at some extent we understand what is string. Okay, and in all this, okay, for all these, there are certain built-in functions. Okay, there are certain functions that we are going to use only for set. There are functions that we use for dictionary, list, tuple and string depending on the properties that we have that are attached to these different data types. When we see the differences, we'll be understanding clearly. Along with that, we have something called as a Boolean data type that will give us true or false. The output will be given as a true or false. So whenever there is a condition, right? Whenever we are writing a if condition, then we have seen that the output will be true or false. Okay. In the same way, whenever we have a condition, so there we will be getting the result in Boolean. The output will be in Boolean form. So that is true or false. Okay. So these are different Python data types. Now have you got a basic idea on data types? Okay, we haven't got into completely. I hope you have got a basic idea of what is a data type and why we are using data. Okay. Now let's get into deep. Okay, what is each and every data type that we have and how they are different from each other. So that's our first topic that we have. Okay, introduction to Python. Okay. So we have a study material. You can download the assignment. You can work on your assignment, and we have this here. Okay, you can participate in this and complete your quiz. Okay, so that is your first topic. So do we have any doubts in the first topic that we have discussed? If you have any doubts, you can ask me. Yeah. Are we clear? Okay, are we clear with our installation? Everybody, now we have installation done. Okay, I think we are clear. Okay, so I'm giving finish here. Okay, you can give the rating for this particular topic. Okay, if you want to ask anything, Sumana, do you have any question? No. If you have any question, you can ask. Okay, that's the first topic. Okay, we have completed the first topic. Okay, we are entering into the next, that is data types. So I want everybody to go to study material, download Python code. Please confirm once it is done. Everybody has to go to data types module, download Python code. Okay, so once you have downloaded it, you will find it in a zip format. You will find it in a zip format. Okay, you will see something like this. Okay, it will be in zip format. Okay, you cannot open it directly. So what you have to do, you have to click on, you have to give a right click. Then you will be finding an option extract all. Okay, so you have to click on extract all. I have already that file, so it is asking me. Okay. So now when I see, yeah, right. So here is the right. So in this folder, if you open it, you will find a file called as variable operators data types.py. Okay, that is a file you should be finding. Is it done, everybody? Have you got that file? So that's a .py file. Okay, .py file. So we will be using the .py file in Spyder. Okay, that's great. Okay, so everybody, okay, I hope it is done. Okay, let's see what we have in slides first. Okay, then let us go to practically how we can work. Okay. So we'll be seeing what are variables in Python. Okay, first let us understand what are variables. Then we go for Python operators. Okay, along with the data types will be. So as we discussed earlier, so integer, okay, when we have a data type called as integer, it is used to store whole numbers and their negative counterparts. Like it could be a negative value, it could be a positive value, it could be zero also. Integer can store all whole numbers. That is something we need to remember. Okay, that's an integer data. Then we have something called as float. Okay, so it is used to store numbers with a decimal point. Okay, it is used to store numbers with a decimal point. You can see the numbers. Okay, so we have in fraction. Okay, then we have complex value. Okay, you can see 9 plus 21j. Okay, generally we will have, okay, this is the part of syntax. Okay, we will see that 9 plus 21j. That's the imaginary value. Okay, always we take j as the imaginary. Okay, it is used to store complex number which is created from real numbers such as 9 plus 21j. Okay, you can see the examples here. So it has two parts, a real part and an imaginary part. What is the real part? Real part is 9 and imaginary part is 21j. That j could be anything, right? J could be anything. That's a complex number. So when it comes to numerical data, so your data may contain integers, your data may contain float, or it could be complex number also. We don't know. Okay. So based on that, you are going to work on the logic. Okay. So in the same way, we have Boolean. Okay. It is used to store logical values. Okay. What are the logical values here? True or false. Okay. True or false with the logical values. Then we have something called a string. Okay. So string is used to store text or character. Okay. For example, I am saying A is equal to hello. Right. So you can clearly observe there is something related to the syntax here. Okay. How we are going to represent a string? String is always represented in quotations. It could be a single quotation, double quotation, or triple quotation. Okay. Any value that is represented in quotations, that will be automatically considered as string. String. Okay, so that means not only the text. Okay, as in the example you can see, if I am giving a is equal to 1 2 3, we know that it is an integer, but now it is in quotations. Now it will be recognized as string. You can give any value that is inside the strings. Okay, so that is the basic representation that we have related to string. Okay, how string is represented? String is represented in double quotations, or it could be a single quotation. So any value inside the quotations, automatically Python will recognize it as string. So that's the development part. Okay, when they have developed it, they have written in that way that anything that is inside a string, okay, inside a quotation, that is a string. Clear, right? Are we clear with this part? Do you have any doubts? So these basics are very important. Okay, you may write any code. Okay, you may write any logic, but without understanding this, you cannot understand. Okay, that is something. Okay, so you need to understand the basics. The basics of programming are very important. Once you know the syntax, then you can write anything. Okay, the logic could be anything. So now, that is one part that we have seen. Now, if we, that is something related to a single value. Okay, in all those cases, you can see that we have only a single value. A is equal to 1. Only one integer, one float value, right? One string value, one complex value. Now we are looking into multiple values. If your input has multiple values. Okay, then Python will recognize these in 4 different ways. Okay, one is dictionary. Okay, one we have is dictionary. The second we have is set. Third is list, and then we have tuple. Okay. So there are certain properties for each and every type that we have here. Now we are looking into list and tuple. Okay, let's first look into list and tuple. So I have some sequence of values here. Okay, it is used to store an ordered and changeable collection. Okay, so that means it is represented in square brackets. Always list is represented in square brackets. In that square brackets, the different values that we have here, that we call them as either objects. Okay, either we call them as objects or items. Okay, there are different items that are present. Okay, so we have item 1, 2, 3, and 4. There are 4 items that are present. So what is the data type of all these values? Can you say? What is data type of 1? Yes, friends, what is data type of 1? Integer. Yes, exactly, right? Data type of 1 is integer. So in the same way, we have data, we have 2. If I change this to 8, 2.8, now what is the data type? Yes, friends, what is the data type of 2.8? Exactly, that is float. If I use quotations, now what is the data type here? Yeah, what is the data type? Exactly, it is string. Okay. Now, if I am using something like 9J, now what is the data type here? 4 plus 9J. Yeah, what is the data type? Okay, so what is happening here? So one thing we have to remember that list can take any data types. Okay, any data type. List can take any data types. Okay, you can see that list can take any data. That means list can also take list. Okay, for example, if you see here, now it has taken, now it is an integer. Okay, it is a float value, it is a string we have, it is a complex value. Okay, complex symbol. So in the same way, list can also take a list. For example, if I'm writing something, A is equal to, so now list can also take one more list, 10 comma, then 10, then 20, then 30. So what we have here, list also contains a list. Right. In the same way, list can take tuple, list can take dictionary, it can take set, right? So list can take any number of any values, any number of values, and it can take any data types also. A single list can contain any type of clear. So that is one. So now in this way, we say list is changeable collection. Okay, we generally call it as a changeable collection. That means if I want to make any changes in list, I can do it. Okay, so this property we call it as mutability. Mutability. Okay, mutability. It's a mutability. Okay, list is mutable. List is mutable. That means if I want to make any changes in list, I can make. Okay, and list is ordered. List is ordered. Okay, what is order here? So always Python has comes with indexing. Okay, when we say order here, order is nothing but indexing, index value. Okay, now we are dealing with multiple values. So when I have a list here, I have 10, 20, 30, and 40. Right? We have a list of values. So each value is indexed. Okay, that particular location. Okay, we can specify the location of that particular item. Okay, how this indexing will be? Indexing will always start with 0. So 10 is located in 0th position. 20 is located in 1st position. 30 is located in 2nd position. 3rd position. Right? So always Python Python has indexing, okay, and this indexing will always start from 0. Clear, right? So indexing is very important. In Python, indexing is very important, and that is why we are saying that list and tuple are ordered. Okay, when we see practically, it will be more clear. Okay, just I am trying to give an introduction to all this. Okay, when we look into programming, again it will be more. Right. So that is list. Okay, list is ordered. List is ordered. List is mutable. So now, if I ask you what are the different properties of list, okay, what are you going to say? One thing, list is represented in square brackets, okay, and the items inside the list that are separated, the objects or items that are inside the list are separated by commas, and list can hold different data types. List can hold different data types, and very important property is list is mutable. Okay, list is mutable. We can make changes in list, and one more important property is it is ordered. List is ordered. Okay, how this ordered property will work? It works on indexing. Okay, it works based on indexing. Okay, indexing in Python will always start from 0. Okay, that is something we have to remember. So, as I said before, we can work on programming, right? We can work on programming in R also. So in R, indexing will start from 1. Okay, in Python, indexing will start from 0. Right? So these are the properties of list. If you want to provide an input with multiple values and one more thing before, yeah, it can hold here. I have given. So it can hold different data. So if I want to give multiple data types, okay, and if you expect that there could be certain changes in the list in future, okay, there could be certain changes in these values in future, you are going to use something called as list. Clear, right? So tuple is almost same. Okay, when you compare list and tuple, almost you will have the same properties. Okay, so let's see only the differences here. Okay, so here I am looking into tuple. So tuple will be represented in parentheses. We call it as parentheses. The round braces that we have, we call them as parentheses. Call it as parentheses. Okay, so list is tuple is represented in parentheses, and it is separated. The objects or items are separated by comma. Okay, the items that we have are separated by comma, and this also can hold different data types. Okay, and it is ordered. Okay, and indexing will start from 0 here also in everywhere. Okay, in Python, if I say indexing, you have to remember that it will start from 0. Okay, that should be okay. So, but the major difference is tuple is immutable. Once if I create a tuple, I cannot make changes. Okay, how it is, we will be looking into practical. So when we take directly practically, when we see, then we can understand. So tuple is immutable, and most of the other features are same. Okay, so almost same. But if somebody asks you in interview what is the difference between list and tuple, the major difference that you have to mention is list is mutable and tuple is immutable. That is very important. Okay, so these are two different things that you have to remember. Okay, list and tuple. Then we have dictionary. Okay, when we have a set and dictionary, so set, it is used to store an unordered and unindexed collection. That means when I'm saying unindexed, there is no order here. Okay, there is no indexing. So here we have indexing. But here we do not have indexing, right? Why should we have indexing? If I have indexing here, 10, 20, 30, I want to access into one of these items. There are 3 items here. I don't want 3 items. I want to only access into one of these items. So how we are going to access? By using index value, right? If I have like maybe 40, 50, 60, I don't want complete list. I want only these values. I want only 3 values. How to get those 3 values? By using indexing. So I'm going to say that I'm going to write a logic such a way that I want only values from index number 1 to index number 3. So I can get these values, right? So if I have indexing, I can access into this value. If I do not have indexing, I cannot access into that value. Okay, set is something like that. We cannot, okay. So here in case of set, the major difference that we need to remember is like list can take duplicates. For example, I am creating a list here. A is equal to 10, 20, and 30. I am creating one more list. B is equal to 20, 40, and 60. So if I want to combine these two lists, okay, I'm saying A plus B is equal to, when I have combined them, so resultant list will contain 10, 20, 30. What about 20 here? Do we have, so will it take 20 again or it will remove? Yeah, friends? Will it take 20? So definitely it will take 20. Okay, because we are now working on list. Okay, list will take duplicates. So the resultant list will contain duplicates. The same thing when we say with set. Okay, when I'm changing the same thing to set, if you see the properties of set will be represented in curly braces. Okay, and remaining all properties are same. It can have multiple data types. Okay, it can hold multiple data types. All these are separated by commas. Okay, these are same. But when I add 2 sets, okay, when I combine 2 sets, so the resultant data will remove the duplicate. I'm going to get 30 and then only 40 and 60. If there are any duplicate values we have, okay, it removes duplication. Okay, it will hold only one value in 2 values. Okay, so if there is a logic you are writing where you do not want any duplication, there you are going to use set. Okay, it completely depends on your logic, what data type you are going to use. Right? It also contains multiple types. It also takes multiple data types, right? But it is unordered. So there are the properties that we have. Okay, that means in all these, when you compare, list is more flexible, can make most of the changes in list. Okay, some features are reduced here. Okay, in the same way, again, when it comes to set, more features are reduced, but the application would be different, right? So whenever you are using, the application would be different, right? So in the same way, we have something called as dictionary. Okay, so dictionaries also are represented in curly braces. Okay, and we will have different. So here we have key. The structure of dictionary will be in key value pair. That means there will be 2 items here. Okay, there will be 2 items. One item we call it as key. The second item we call it as. So these are mapped with each other. Okay, a key and value. The value is mapped to key. Okay, so now we are saying that it is unordered. That means that if I have multiple values, okay. So if I'm having multiple values, for example, I'm going to remove this. So I am creating a dictionary here. I am saying fruit, okay, and just try to observe, okay, how the syntax goes. Fruit is a string value, so I am using quotations. Okay, that's a key. Okay, fruit is nothing but the key. Okay, and we are going to provide a column here, and on the right side, Okay, the second item that we have, that is the value. So I am saying it is apple. Okay, then I want to create one more key here. So I'm going to use comma. Okay, then I am going to write the name. Okay, and I am going to say it is red. Okay, and then we close this square. Here. So that is how the dictionary works. So dictionary has a specific structure which contains key values. Now it is not ordered. So if I want to make certain changes, so how can I make? So one thing, when we see mutability, okay, making changes, the key that we are using, key will not be changed. Key cannot be changed. If once we create a key cannot be changed. What could be changed? Values could be changed. If I want to change anything, I can change. So if I'm saying apple is in red color. Okay, now I see that no, it is not in red color. It is in green color. Okay, I feel that it is in green color. Apple is in green color. So I can change this. Okay, what can be changed now? Values can be changed. Values are mutable. Key, what that we are creating, key is not mutable. Okay, so I can change these values. Clear, right? So how can we do that? So we can access values by using keys. Okay, so we are not going to use index here. If you observe, we are not going to use index here. So we are going to access these values by using keys. Are we clear? Okay, we will be more clear. Next, we will be working on the program part. It will be more clear. When we run each and every line, it will be more clear. Right? So we have dictionaries and set or unordered, list and tuple are ordered. Right? So these are different data types we have. Along with that, we have something called as boolean. For all these, we can see that there are different functions around it. Okay, so if I want to add anything, if I want to remove anything, right? So all these are different changes, right? So all this can be done by using a single keyword. Okay, for example, I am using something called as append. Append is a keyword, that's a function. That's it. I'm not going to write all the program for what I have. Just I'm going to use append, and append will be looking. So these are all built-in functions. So there are many built-in functions that are associated with these different data types also. Okay, we'll be looking into them one by one. Are we clear with this part? Do we have any doubts? Yeah. It's 10:10. Okay, let's take. Yeah. Okay, let's take a short break and come back. Okay, we'll continue with the program. Okay, directly we'll start. Okay, let's restart the session. Okay. Let's look into dictionaries part. Okay, I hope you have downloaded this file. I have shown you how to download it, and it is in zip format. You have to unzip it. Okay, then we can use this file. So let's go to either we can create a new file here. We can write it. Okay, I suggest as we are learning. Okay, so as we are learning Python, so we suggest our participants to type the program. Okay, typing program is the best way to learn the program because it all depends on the syntax, right? So the syntax is something already created and we are using that syntax. So if you make any a small and a smaller change, okay, minute change in a syntax, so the program will not work. It will say that it is in syntax error. So how do you learn that? Okay, so we suggest that you have to write the program. Okay, so I'm going to run it, but you have to type it. Okay, try to type the program. So let's go to that file what we have downloaded. So we have to open it. So here we have a, on my left side, you can see file. We have a drop down. You can open it. So here. So yeah, in this folder, we have that particular file. I am doing that. Yeah, everybody, are we on the same page? Have you opened Spyder? Can you please confirm? Okay, great. So let's do some recap. Okay, whatever we have written all these in comments. Okay, you can see how we can write our comments here. Right, we can use a hashtag to write our comments. So we have seen history, right? Guido van Rossum. So this is the person who has developed Python. So he is said as the father of Python. In around 1989 in National Research Institute, Netherlands. Okay, officially, it was released in 1991 as a open source, and it was named after Monty Python's Flying Circus. Okay, so there are many different functionalities that we can see here, features that have been taken from different languages. Like we have C, C++, shell scripting, modular tree, all these are different languages from which we have got all these different functions like functional programming language, object-oriented programming, scripting, modular programming, all this we have got. So it is a combination of all these different functionalities we can say. Okay. So it is interactive mode and script mode. Okay, so when it comes to interactive, so it allows to interact with any OS, right? So different OS, you can write the program anywhere and that program can be used in different ways. Okay, so when it comes to basics, okay, here, as I said earlier, we will be looking into variables, right? Then we'll be looking into what are Python objects, what are standard types that we have, built-in types, okay, standard type operators. So these are certain things that we are going to work in our first month. So when it comes to numbers, as I said earlier, so we will be looking into what are the data types that are associated with numbers. We have integers, floating point real numbers, we have complex numbers, we have operators, built-in functions, and related modules that we'll be looking into. Okay, when it comes to numbers. Okay, in the same way, we have sequences. We will be looking into strings, list, tuples. What is mapping? Mapping is nothing but dictionaries, right? And we have set types. Okay, we'll be looking into sequences. So before getting into the data types, we should understand how to create a variable. Okay, so how to create a variable. So we can see here, what is a variable? Okay, basically we need to understand what is a variable. Variable is a memory point. Okay, we say that variable is a memory point. So the content to be used for processing. It could be data, functions, etc. are stored in session memory. Okay, we'll be seeing we are going to create certain user-defined functions. When we create, okay, if there is a function, okay, that is not available with Python, okay, we already, if it is already available, we call it as a built-in function. Okay, it is a predefined function. If it is not there, we are going to create our own functions. So to that functions also, we have to give certain name. Okay, so either we provide some information or data or functions, we use different variables. Okay. So variable is nothing, we can say it as a memory point. Variable can be said as a memory point. Means if I am saying a is equal to 1. Okay, if I am saying that a is equal to 1, that means we are saving this 1 in this particular memory point. Okay, this is a is a now from now if I print a, okay, if I print a, okay, that will give me the output as 1. Okay, automatically the data type of a becomes what is the data type that we have with 1. Okay, it is integer. Right, it is integer. So in the same way, in place of 1, we could have any data type. We could have, it could be a list, it could be string. So we are going to store this particular value that we want, that will be stored in a memory point here. Okay, these are stored in different session memory. Okay, so a variable is a pointer to this content in memory. So it points to that particular content. What is the content? The content is 1. Okay, so that will be pointed by this particular variable. A is a variable. So generally, what is a variable? Any idea, friends? When we say variable, what is a variable? We generally say variable and constant. Variable and we say constant. Yeah, what is variable and constant? Any idea? Yeah, friends online. The variable is something that can be changed. You can change it. Right? Constant is some value that will not be changed. That is constant, right? So here we are dealing with variable. So that could be any value. You can give A, B, C, D, any value. That could be any value that can be changed. Okay. So we are looking into variables. Now, how we have to give these variables? There are certain rules. Okay, there are certain rules. Rules are nothing but syntax. Right? So rule is nothing but a syntax. How you have to write. It's like we have the English language. When we have the English language, we maintain certain grammar, right? So that the other person could understand. Now, whatever we are writing, here also we are dealing with a language. Python is a language. Whatever I am writing in my code, that should be understood by Python on other side, right? So if it cannot understand, automatically that says that it is a syntax error. Okay, so this syntax is already decided. Okay, we are not going to make any changes in the syntax. Okay, whatever syntax is there, that we are going to use. Okay, so syntax is very important. So the rules that should be maintained. Okay, the rules that should be maintained when we are creating a variable. Okay, when we are creating a variable, that is something very important. Okay, so let's look into what are the different rules. The first rule is, so always a variable should start with alphabet. Okay, always variables should start with alphabet. Okay, and it can also start with underscore. But whenever we have a variable that is starting with underscore, generally we call them as special variable. Okay, in core Python, okay, when we get into interpreter compiler level, there we'll be looking into these things, the special variable. Okay, generally we do not do that. Generally, when I create any variable, I start with the alphabet. Okay, so it should be started with the alphabet. That means we cannot start with numeric value. Okay, we cannot start with the numeric value. So that means I can use Python. Okay, that can be used as the variable name, but I cannot use one Python as the variable name. Okay, if I use this way, that throws me an error. That's a basic difference we need to understand. Okay, the next part. So now, what is this? This is alphanumeric, yes or no, right? So when we have both alphabet and numeric value, it is alphanumeric. So can I use alphanumeric values? Yes, we can use, but the format should be this. So it should be Python. Maybe we can use _1 because the only special character that is allowed is underscore. Okay, so apart from underscore, any other special characters are not allowed. Okay, that is one rule. Only special character that is allowed is underscore. So if it is alphanumeric, I can write in this. I can write Python _1. That can be used. This is correct. This is wrong. Right? These are certain rules that we need to remember. Okay. So always what we call, these are name. Okay, this is a name. Okay, we also call it as identifier. Okay, these identifiers, okay, they can have lowercase values, they can have uppercase values, okay, they can have numbers, okay, and when it comes to special character, they can have only underscore. Okay, that is a special character. So these we can add, but always it should start with alphabets. It cannot start with numbers, but it can be alphanumeric as we have seen here. And only special character that is allowed is underscore. Are we clear with this? Yeah, friends? Are we clear? Do we have any doubts? Are we clear? Yes, friends? Okay. So let's see this point what we have here. Okay. So it says a variable is a pointer to this content in memory. It allows us to refer to a stored value. Okay, whatever we have assigned. Okay. And can be referred to as a named memory location to store values. We give certain name. Okay, that name could be anything. How we have to name it? Variables can be alphanumeric, but must always start with alphabet. That is something we need to remember. And identifiers are nothing but variables. Okay, identifiers are nothing but variables. Identifiers can be a combination of letters in lowercase or uppercase or digits. Okay, lowercase, uppercase, or digit. It could be a combination of anything. Okay, so but it shouldn't start with digits. Okay, that is something we need to do. And no special character is allowed. Okay, is should be included. Okay, along with spaces. We cannot allow spaces also. The spaces are also not allowed. So we can only use underscore. Only special character that can be used is underscore. If we are starting with underscore, if I'm writing something like dot, okay, if I'm creating something like this we call it as a special variable. Generally we do not use special. Okay, but you can, okay, when you see something, you can recognize that it is a special variable. Okay, and we use assignment operator. We'll be getting into operators, but generally we use assignment operators is used to assign a value on the right side. Okay, on the right side that we have to the variable that is present on the left side. Right? So the value that is there on the right side and the value that is on the left side. So we are assigning this value to this particular variable. Are we clear? Right? So when we assign something automatically, right? We are working with dynamic programming. So that value will be automatically the data type will be automatically associated. Okay, it will say that this is the data type that you are. Okay. So let's see some examples here. Okay, you can see the examples like x is equal to 10, right? Will it work? Yeah, will it work? Do we have any issues here? No, right? If I just remove, if I run it, yeah, that will take it, right? X is equal to 10. So if I see the variable explorer, I can see x we have, value is 10, size is 1. There is only one value I have given, that is integer. In the same way, I can also give a float value, right? When we run it, right? So we can see that's a value, that's a float. Right? In the same way, when we run here, it is an integer, right? It is an integer value. Okay, so now it is take. If you single quotation also it will take. Okay. Okay. So when I run it, so these are the values. We can see what is the type here: string, integer, float, right? Python 10, 15.6. These are the values we have. Simple. Right? So here the keywords, as we discussed earlier, it contains like 20 to 30 keywords that are very important. Okay. So when I am providing these values here, when I'm providing these values, I should be cognizant that I am not going to provide these keywords. Okay. So my variable shouldn't be any of these keywords. That is something we have to do. These are all reserved keywords. Right. That means the program gets confused. Okay, it should understand whether it is a variable or it is a keyword. So there will be some problem. Okay, so whenever we are providing variables, we should see that these variables, whatever we are providing, that shouldn't be a reserved keyword. Okay, now how to know that? Right, so keywords or reserved keywords are predefined variables. Okay, keywords are case sensitive, cannot be used as a variable name, function name. Okay, for example. So I am saying case sensitive. Okay, I am using something like I'm saying Python is equal to 10. Okay, so I am running it. Yeah, so we have created a variable. Can I create Python? Can I use Python again? Yeah, friends, can I use Python again? Yes, friends, can I use Python again? Okay, let me write as Python is equal to 100. Will it work? Or I'll be getting an error. Yeah. Yes, friends. Will I be getting any error or will it work? Yeah, it will work exactly. Right, because it is case sensitive. It recognizes the case. So this will be taken as a new variable. Right. For example, if I write it again, okay. So I use Python. Okay, I'm making it caps. Right. So it will take. Okay, when I use it, it will take the value. So it's case sensitive. It recognizes the case. Okay, so that is important. Okay, for the example here, I am using K as caps. Will it work? When I run it, no, it will not work because it is case sensitive. It recognizes the case. It says that there is no module named as keyword data. There is a module, right? We know that there is a module. So the keyword is very important. Okay, how we are going to write that is very important. So now I'm going to import. Okay, we will see what is important all. Okay, when we get it's a simple function where we import. Okay, that means keyword is a library we have. Okay, for example, if I want to know what I have in keyword, let me show you. Okay, you can see these are all different functions we have in this particular library. So keyword is a library. Keyword is a library. Okay, and these are different functions that we have in library. So if I want the list of all the keywords, I am not going to write a program. Already the program is written. Okay, so for all these are different .py files. All these are different .py files. The program is already written. So the program for this is written. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just call this particular function and I'm going to run it. That's it. I'm going to get the list of all the keywords. Okay, so let us see what are the keywords. So if you want to know more about any library, okay, because each and every library will contain many functions. Okay, so if I want to know more about library, we are going to use a function called as dir. Okay, so I have used dir as a function, and I have got list of all different functions we have in library keyword. Okay, so now I am using this particular library and I am calling this function. Yeah, do we have this function? Yes, we have this function in the list. So when I run it, yeah, right. So these are all keywords: false, none, true, and, as, if, else, elif. All these are keywords. All these are already assigned, predefined variables. So when I'm creating something, I'm not going to use these keywords again. That is something we have to remember. Okay, so that is one of the rule. Okay, that is one of the rule that we have when it is related to variables. Here, right? Are we clear up to this part? Variables. Do we have any doubts? If you have any doubts, you can ask me. Right? So I hope we are clear with variables. Okay. Okay. Now I'm trying to execute different variable values here. Okay, these are the examples that I given, and these are the keywords. Okay. So now, so what is happening here? So I'm using a space. Okay, I'm getting an invalid syntax. Yeah, that's an error, right? So if I want to rectify that error, what I can do? Either I can remove that space here, or what I can do, I can use a underscore. Right? In either case, I can rectify. So in the next case, what is happening here? If you see here, I cannot use any special character apart from underscore. That was a rule we have seen. But if I use a special character, yes, that's an invalid syntax. Here, right? I can use this in this format. I can use a underscore and I can create a variable. Right? Are we clear? Right? So if I remove that, there is no error. Right? That we can see that clearly. Now, what is print here? What is print doing here? Any idea? I have created a variable. So it says that yes, the variable is created. Okay. Now I want to see what I have. What is the data I have in UCA? Okay. So if I want to see what I'm going to do, I am going to use something called as print option. Print. So we are not writing any program for print. Already the program is written. So I am going to just call that function. So we call it as a built-in function. Okay, we call it as a built-in function. Always functions will be followed by parentheses. Right? Always you can see if you see something in this way, you can say that it is a function. Right? Always functions will follow with parentheses. So now I am saying print the information that we have in NUCA. Yeah, that's the print option. Okay, we can use print to print all this. So that's the data that we have. Okay, so that's So there are certain rules for creating variables that we have seen, right? A variable name must start with a letter or the underscore. Variable name cannot start with a number. Variable name can only contain alphanumeric characters and underscore, right? Variable names are case sensitive. Like we can see here, name, name, name. We have given 3 times, but we have changed the case. Automatically, it has been recognized as 3 different variables. So there are certain reserved keywords. We have seen the list of reserved keywords. We cannot use these reserved keywords. Okay. We have to use, apart from these reserved keywords, whatever we have, you can use anything you can. Variable, you can use anything you can use. But we know you need to follow these rules. Okay. So the next topic that we have is Python operators. So what are Python operators? So Python operators are nothing but special symbols. Okay, these are symbols. Right, these are nothing but special symbols that we have. Use special symbols here. Okay, that carry out arithmetic or logical computation. Okay, when you are building a logic, to build that logic, the operators plays very important. Okay, we are going to use all these different operators when we write our logic. For example, a simple operator that we have already seen is A is equal to 1. Right. So I am saying that I want to assign 1 to A. So we use something called as assignment operators. Equal to comes under assignment operator. Yeah. So that is, so now we are trying to look into the operators, Python operators. There are different types of operators. So the value that the operator operates on is called as operand. So we have 2 operands here on my left side and right side. A is equal to 1. Okay, so these are called as operators. So Python divides the operators in following groups, okay, depending on their applications. So arithmetic operators we have, assignment operators. So this is a list of operators. Okay, if anybody asks what are the different operators we have in Python, so here we have the list of operators. Okay, so arithmetic operators, assignment operators, comparison operators, logical operators we have, identity operators, membership operators, and bitwise operators. Right? So these are different types of operators. Okay, arithmetic, assignment, comparison, logical, identity, membership, and bitwise. Okay. So in arithmetic operators, we know, right, what are the different arithmetic operations we can perform? Plus, minus, multiplication, and division. These are basic arithmetic operators. If I want to add something, A plus B, right? Here I want to add something. So automatically I am going to use a symbol. Okay, using this symbol, I say that I am trying to add something, right? If I want to multiply something, right? These are the different symbols. So arithmetic operators. So when do we use arithmetic operators? When we have certain arithmetic operation to be done. In the same way, we have assignment operators. Right. So when I am assigning something, some value is being assigned to something. So there we are going to use assignment operators. The same way, comparison operators. So when do we use comparison? When I am trying to compare something. Okay, when I compare something like A is greater than, okay, A is greater than B. Right, A is greater. I am comparing 2 different things. Okay, A is equal to B. Right. In this case, the result will be in the format of true, false. Right. Result will be in the format of true, false. The same thing will follow with the identity operators and membership operators also. Always the result will be in true, false state. Okay. So we'll be looking into all this. Okay. So we have arithmetic operators are used to perform mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, and multiplication. So we can see the So multiply two operands. So I said, so these are the operands on my left side and right side, whatever values you have, these are different operands. I want to multiply X with Y. Okay. And then we have division. Okay. So when I divide something, the output we can look into two ways. One is quotient and the other is remainder. Right. We have the output as we can either look into remainder or either we can look into quotient. Depends on your logic. If your logic requires a remainder, you will be looking into remainder. If your logic requires a quotient, you will be looking into quotient. So in this case, if I use the modulus, okay, this percentage symbol that we are seeing here, so this symbol, if I am using this percentage symbol, okay, that will provide me remainder. Okay, so remainder of the division of left operand by right. Okay, if 10 divided by 20, I am using operand. Okay, if 10 divided by 3, okay, if 10 divided by 3, so what is the value I got? Generally what we get here, if I write that's a 10 we have 3, 3 is 9, I am going to get 1. So this will be my remainder. This will be my quotient. So if I am using modulus symbol, okay, if I am using modulus symbol, I am going to get 1 as the result. Okay, so if you are looking into remainder in your logic, I am going to use modulus. Okay, now we have something called as floor division. Okay, if I have values like -1, -2, 0, 1, 2. Okay, if these are the values. So now I am trying to, I have used some values. Okay, so now I have got the result as 1.4. That's a quotient value. Okay, you have to remember that that's not remainder, that's a quotient value. So I have got the quotient value of this. So if I use floor division, the division that results into whole number. Okay, one thing that results into whole number. Okay, what is a whole number? Okay, what we have got, this is a decimal value. 1.4 is a decimal value. Okay, so this is a decimal value. So this will be automatically converted into whole number. That means there will not be any decimal value. Okay, that will be converted into whole number. How the value will be converted into whole number? So either can go this side or it can go this side. Right? Either this value could be so it can be changed into nearest whole number. What is the nearest whole number we have? Nearest whole number is either 1 or 2. Okay, so it goes to the smallest value. Whatever value we have, it goes to the smallest. So 1.4 will be converted to 1. Okay, if I have 2.4, that will be converted to 2. Okay, that is how the difference. Okay, when I'm using floor division, automatically the value converts. So if I'm getting, if I'm having something like maybe -1.2, okay, automatically that will be converted into -1. Okay, so that is something related to floor division. And we have exponent value. Okay, so exponential value, like 2 to the power of 2. Okay, now if I want to get that calculation in Python, so I am going to mention that as a double asterisk b. That means that I have already specified a is equal to 2 and b is equal to 2. So automatically when I run it, 2 square, I am going to get the result. Right. So for exponentiality, we are going to use the double asterisk. Are we clear with this? Arithmetic operators are important. Okay. So when we generally use them, okay, and these are different. These are some special characters. So these we know generally, but modulus and floor division are different. And exponent, okay, these three are different. Are we clear with this? Do we have any doubts? Yes, friends? Okay. And there are many assignment. So we will be using them. Okay, these are very important. Okay, while we are writing our logic. So definitely we are going to use all these different operators. Where and when, that will be decided, okay, depending on your logic. So this is a general assignment operator that we have already seen. X is equal to 5. I am trying to assign the x value to, 5 to x. Now, in the same way, if I use plus or equal to, right? If I use plus or equal to, that means that x is equal to x plus 5. Right? We are trying to mention something like x is equal to x plus 5. In the same way, if I have minus or equal to, I am trying to state that x is equal to x minus 5. Clear, right? So that is how we can use asterisk, right? Or modulus can be used, right? And okay, all these different functions that we are seeing here, all can be used in a similar. So if I say x plus or equal to 5, that means that I am trying to get x is equal to x plus 5. That is something. Okay. In the same way, if we see here, x is greater than equal to 5. Okay, if I'm writing in that way, that means that we are saying x is equal to x greater than. Okay, so that is greater than or less than, okay, not equal to, all these are different symbols that we are. So we have comparison operators. As I said, the result will be in the format of true or false, right? Greater than, okay, true if left operand is greater than right. If I am writing a logic, we are writing a logic, there will be different ways we are going to work on it, right? So maybe I have a value I am giving a is equal to b, a is equal to 10, b is equal to 20, right? A is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20. Now I am writing a logic that if, as a condition, I am saying a is greater than b. If a is greater than b, then I have to print yes, it is greater. Simple logic, right? Now what will happen? It will look into whether this is true or false. If it is true, directly it is going to print this. Okay, if it is false, what will happen? That will be looking into. Okay, so when we look into conditions, again we'll be looking into those. Okay. So now we need to understand that these are different symbols that we have here. Okay, these are all different symbols that we have. Okay, so these symbols will be used when we are working on comparison. Okay, comparison operators are used to compare values. So we have values on left side and right side. We are trying to compare this value. Okay, so if I use greater than, okay, if I use greater than, true if left operand is greater than right operand. I can use less than. If I use equal to, this is something important. Okay, generally, if I am saying a is equal to 1, that means that I am trying to assign this value to this. If I am saying a is double equal to 1, so I am trying to compare this value, whether a is equal to 1 or not. Okay, if it is true or false, okay, this will result in either it is true or false. Okay, there is a lot of difference between a is equal to 1, okay, and a. So this is a assignment operator, okay, and this is a comparison operator. Okay, that difference we need to recognize. Okay, we will be using all these differences when we write our program. And in the same way, not equal to. If it is equal to, what will happen? If it is not equal to, greater than equal to, and less than. Right? All these are different operators. Are we clear with this? Yeah. So here something different that we have and something important is double equal to. Okay, the symbol, because less than, greater than, that we know, and this symbol. Okay, these two symbols are something important. Okay, one is not equal to, and second, the first double equal to is something we are trying to compare. Is x is equal to y or not? If it is yes, that shows that is true. If it is not, it is a. So all these we are going to use in our condition when we are trying to build our logic. Okay, when we go for the multiple lines of code. Okay, so initially we have seen how to assign a value. A is equal to 10. That's it. B is equal to 10. So what you are going to do with both A and B? That comes with condition. When we use those conditions, then we use all these different functions. In the same way, we have logical operators and identity operators. Okay, so I can use and or not. These are logical operators. Okay, when we practically use them, it will be more easy to recognize them. Okay, so the meaning. Okay, when we take here, when I'm saying and, okay, truth if both the operands are true. Okay, when I'm using or, true if either of the operand is. For example, if I am looking into logical operators and I am looking into and, okay, so true if both operands are true. So if I am having true and true, so the result will be true. Okay, the condition will be true. And in the second case, if I am using or here, so true if either of operands, if it is either true false or false true, so the true, okay, it will be true. Okay, and when I am using not, true if operand is false. If both are false, okay, so that gives automatically a false. Okay, if both are false, that will be right. So if both are true, that is true. Okay, true and true, it gives true. When it comes to or here, either true false or false true, that will automatically generate true value. Okay, so that is operators. Okay, these operators are logical operators. So if I use this symbol, okay, so if A and B or A or B, okay, there is a difference. A and B, A or B, there is a difference. Then A not true if operand is false. Okay, complements the operand. So we say that it is not B, not X. Okay, that is how we are going to take those values. So we have identity operators. Okay, we have something called as identity operators. So is okay, we have something like is and is not are the identity operators in Python. So they are used to check if two values, okay, two values or variables are located on the same part of the memory. Okay, so like truth, if operands are identical, if we are having operands are identical, so we say it is true. If they are not identical, we say it is not. We use is. Okay, so all this will result in true and false. Okay, so you can see that either it is logical operator or identity operator or comparison operator. In all these cases, we get a Boolean result. So we see them practically. Okay, when we run them practically, it will be more. And we have membership operators and bitwise. Okay, so most of the cases will not be using bitwise operators, but up to membership operators, these are all important. Okay, so in and not in. Okay, in and not in comes under membership operators. So they are used to test whether a value or variable is found in the sequence or not. It could be string, list, tuple, set, anything. So if it is present in that sequence or not. Okay. So we are going to use in, okay, for writing for loops and all. We'll be working on range of values. In that range of values, we are going to specify in that particular range, I want these values in range. So you can see that. We have like bitwise operators act on operands as if they were strings of binary digits. So what are binary 0 and 1? Okay, so automatically the values will be taken as 0 and 1, and based on that, these operators will be, they operate bit by bit. Hence the name we call it as bitwise operator. So mostly, very rarely, we will be using bitwise operators, but up to membership operators, these are very important. Okay, let's try to look into the program. I hope we have opened this file, right? So yeah, in this, let's try to continue and see what we have here. Simple arithmetic operators, right? So I'm first trying to assign these values. I'm saying A is equal to 10 and B is equal to 20. Right? So we have print A plus B, simple. So I'm using an arithmetic operator plus here. Okay, so in the same way, we can do subtraction and we can use print. I want to multiply those values. Yes, I can do. I can use division. So when I divide, what I'm getting. So what are the values we have given here? So I have given 10 and 20. So 10 divided by 20. Okay, if 10 divided by 20, what I'm going to get here? 10. Okay, sorry, like maybe 20 divided by. Okay, so when it is 20 divided by 10, so here we are trying to look into the value. Okay, so when I run it, okay, so yeah. So what is the value here? I'm getting 0.5. Okay, I'm getting the question value 0.5. Now let's try to use the floor division. So what will be the output here? Yeah, friends, can you say what will be the output here? Yeah, what will be the output? Okay. Okay, let's try and run and see. Yes, exactly. What is the closest value near to it? That becomes the value. So it is 0. We have 0 in between. So it is 0.5. So it gave me 0. Right? Now, B divided B, I am using modulus of A. So what do we have in B? So 20 and 10. So I want the remainder. Okay, whenever I am saying modulus, it seems that I am looking for the remainder. Right? So I'm going to get the remainder. So a to the power of B. Okay, so 10 to the power of E. Okay. That's a value. Clear? Right? So these are different arithmetic operators that we can use different values. I'm going to specify X value, Y value, X divided by Y, right? Modulus value, okay, all these. Okay, I have taken the negative value, right? All these are different values we can take, and based on that. So two things that are important here. Okay, remaining all we know. So modulus is very important, and floor division is very. Should know what is the output we are going to get. In floor division, we get quotient value. In modulus, we are going to get remainder value. Okay, so modulus is okay. Okay, the value will be as it is. But in case of quotient, that takes the nearest whole number. Okay, it will not give me the decimal value. If I don't want my result to have a decimal value, so I am going to use the modulus. Sorry, floor division. Sorry. Clear? In both cases, if I use a single slash, I am going to get a quotient value. In double slash also, I am going to get a quotient value. But the division is here in case of when we use the division symbol, here we get a decimal value. Quotient value will be decimal, but here we do not get a decimal. Are we clear with this, right? Okay. So that's an error. Okay. So that's not a code. Okay. That should be commented. Okay. We are looking into comparison operators. So A is equal to B. Already we have given those values. Okay. A and B are already assigned. Okay. So I'm saying A is equal to B. I want to print it. Let's see what will. Is A is equal to B? What will be the output? Yeah, false, right? So when we run it, value will be false. False is a Boolean value. Right. In the same way, A not equal to B. Now what will be the output? That will be exactly. So now A is greater than B. So now we should be looking into what is A value and B value. So A value we have given it as 10 and 20. So we have to observe what is the output we are getting. Okay. Program is same, right? So in all these cases, when I'm using comparison operator, I'm getting the output in Boolean format. Okay. So that is something important. When you're writing a problem, when you are trying to clear a logic, when you are writing a program for a logic, you should understand what will be the output if I use this particular operator. That is something important that we need to do. Based on that, you try to create your own. So that is like we have comparison operators, we have assignment operators. So what are assignment operators? Equal to, right? When I use equal to, when I say A plus B, okay, so I'm saying C is equal to A plus B. So already we have the values. So we have the values as we have given A is equal to 10 and B is equal to 20. Right? These are the values we have already provided. I'm saying C is equal to A plus B. Already automatically, whatever result it is, that will be assigned. When I run and see, yeah, I'm going to get the value. Here, you have to observe in assignment operators, we will be getting values. We will not be getting Boolean values. Okay, that's the difference you have to observe. Okay, in comparison operators, we will be getting true, false, right? But in case of assignment operators, we'll be getting values here. Okay, C plus or equal to B. Now, what is the output here? What will be the output? Yeah, right. When we run it, right. So it will add both of these. We have A is 10, B is 20. So automatically it will say A is equal to A plus B. So that is something we are going to get. So C is equal to C plus B. So whatever value we have here, I think I haven't run this. So run it. C, right? So when I print it, I'm going to get 50. Correct. Okay. Same follows with all these different operators. Okay. So we have assignment operators. I can use minus or equal to, plus or equal to. I can use asterisk, division, floor division, right? In all these cases, we will be getting the values. Okay. So the format and syntax, that is something important. Okay, let's okay. If I'm having C plus or equal to B. So what will be? So it will be so it is taken as C is equal to C plus B. Right. In the same way, if I have C minus or equal to B, so it will be taken as C is equal to C minus B. Then we have asterisk. Okay, C is equal to C asterisk B. Right. When we have division, okay, C is equal to C divided by B. It is modulus. It is looking for C modulus B. Right. Then we have floor division. If we have floor division, it will take, right. So all these we can say it is a assignment operators. Clear? Are we clear up to this? Do we have any doubts? If you have any doubts, you can ask me. Okay. So next we have membership operators. Let's comment it out. So it will check whether left value is a member of right value. Right. So that's what we have. So what are the membership operators that we have? We have in and not in. In and not in. Okay. How the result will be? Yeah, in membership operators, what will be the output? Yes, friends. Exactly. Right. So we have seen arithmetic operators, right? We have seen arithmetic operators. We have seen assignment operators. These two will give us values. Okay. When it comes to comparison operators, right? When we have membership operators, when we have identity operators, these will give us true or false. Right? That is something we need to remember. Yeah, Boolean will be the result. Yes. Right. So here we have certain examples. Right? We have print y in Python. Okay. Do we have y in Python? Yes. So the output will be true. Okay. Let's see. Do we have L in Python? So definitely we do not have L in Python. So how we are using in, that is something important. Okay. We are saying L in Python. That's a membership operator. Okay. So it will look into both sides. Okay. And see if it is not there, it says false. Okay. What about this statement? line number 241, what will be the result? Is it true or false? Yeah, friends, is it true or false? It's true. Okay, how it is true? Yeah, Manju, how it is true? Python is case sensitive, yes or no? Yeah, exactly. Right. So that is something we need to observe here. Okay, Python is case sensitive. So we have P in Python, but it is in caps. Clear? Now, what about the next here? P not in Python. So is it true or false? Yeah. It's false. Don't think so. Manju, how it is false? Is P not in Python? Exactly. Right? It is there already. Yes, it is there. Right? It is there. But I am saying that it is not there in Python. Right? It is there. So definitely it will be correct. Right? So these are nothing but the membership of. We have in and not in. Are we clear? Right? In and not in. And practically we'll be using them. Okay. When we start working on our program, there again we'll be using. Just you need to remember what is the exact operation of these different operators. Okay. Based on that, we can use them in different whenever it is required. Okay. Next we have identity operators. Okay. We have identity operators. So is and is not. Okay, these two are identity operators. So let me make it come out. Okay, why is Python? Is it true or false? Yeah. Yeah, is it true or false? Why is Python? What will be the output? Yeah, friends. Is something like equal to, right? So here, when I'm using identity operators, when I'm saying is and is not, okay, these are like when I say is, that is equal to, when I say is not, that is like not equal to, simple. Why is equal to Python? Okay, I'm saying is it we are trying to compare. We're trying to compare, is it okay? So when you run, yes, exactly. Right? When I run that line here, it will give me false. Because y is not Python, y is y, right? We know that y is. So if I say 1 is 1, yes, exactly. When I say 1 is 1, yes, 1 is 1, means it is true. Right? It is saying that it is true. Okay. The same way when I say print 2 is 1, so definitely that is a false. Right? So 1 is 0, Python is Python. Yeah. What about line number 254? It is true or false? Exactly. Right. So we have something called as syntax that should be into. So when I say Python is Python, it is false. Yeah. Right. So in the same way, print is 0, 1 is not 1. Okay. Now what? Line number 258. What's the output? True or false? Yeah. Exactly. Okay. So that is how we will be looking into is not. Okay. Now we have one important topic that we need to discuss here. So we call it as precedence. Okay. So when I'm using arithmetic operators, okay, precedence plays very important role. Okay. So when if I am using exponentiation, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction, all these are arithmetic operators. Okay. Now we have a concept called as PEMDAS. Okay. In short, we call it as PEMDAS to remember all this. Okay. parenthesis, exponentiation, multiplication, division, addition. Now we are writing an equation. A plus B, okay, A plus B, okay, multiplied by C. Okay, A plus B multiplied by C. Okay. If I am having the values 10 plus 20 multiplied by 30, what will be the result? Yeah, what will be the result here in this line? Okay, yeah, let's see, it's a 610. 30 into 30. Okay. Okay. So why it is not, it should be 900, I guess, right? 30, 10 plus 20 is 30, 30 into 30, 3 is 9. Why it is 610? Can you explain? Exactly, right, yeah. So when I run it, you can see that the value is 610, it's not 900, okay. Let me take 30 into 30, okay. What is the value? It is 900, but I'm not getting 900 here. I'm getting 610, 10 in 10 plus 20, 10 plus 20 into 30. So how we are going to look into, there is that sequence, yeah, here we have the sequence. So in this sequence, what is happening? So I have given first plus addition, right? I have given addition here, but what happened? It has taken multiplication. Okay, it hasn't taken addition. So if I give the values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, that's the sequence it is going to take. Okay, that is the sequence it is going to take. So what happened now? In this equation, first it has taken multiplication, then it has taken. Now if I want to change it, okay, now I want the value as 900. How to do that? Yeah, please put that in chat box. If I want to get the output as 900, okay, I don't want to get the output as 610. How to get the same equation? How can I change it? Yeah, you can put your answer in chat box. Exactly. Yes, parenthesis will take the first position, right? If I write in this way, right, so I can get the result as 9 here, right? So the same way, let me change. If I'm removing parenthesis, and if I am in place of stick, I am giving minus. Now what will happen? What will be the result? Yes, friend? Exactly. So what do we have here? First, it is, so in this sequence, first we have addition, then we have subtraction. So first it will take care of this particular value, okay, then it will subtract with the next value. So when I run it, it will give me 0. Are we clear? Right? So if an expression, right, in this, if we see, if an expression contains more than one operator, okay, if the expression contains more than one operator, then order of evaluation depends on the order of operations. So what is the order of operations? The order of operations is, first it looks for parentheses, then exponentiation, then multiplication, division, addition. So this is all Python programming. So when they have developed, they have created something like that. So we need to follow that. Okay. Now if I need to get that particular output, we need to follow. So parentheses have the highest precedence and can be used to force an expression. If I want to force plus, okay, now if I want to force minus, I don't want to get plus, okay, in sequence though we have plus, I want to force minus to come first. So what I'm going to do? I'm going to use parentheses. Right? I'm going to use parentheses. Automatically, this particular expression will be forced to get my output. So exponentiation has the next highest precedence. Multiplication, division, all this will follow. Last will be addition and subtraction. So operators, the same precedence, okay, are evaluated from left to right, except exponentiation. So that is something. That means if I have okay, so now what will be the output? 10 into 20 into 30. That's the same. Okay, anything is. So that's 6,000. So it depends on the how we are going to use operators. That is also something important. That is something we are trying to see. Okay. Yes. So have you run this code along with me, everybody? Up to line number we have completed. And thus we have seen up to line number 270. Okay, have you run this code? Okay. Are we clear up to this? Do we have any doubts? So we have looked into introduction to Python. Okay. Then from there, we have seen variables, data types, and operator. Okay. So we have worked on different variables, how to create variables. And now we have worked on operators. So data types, theoretically, we have seen. Practically, we haven't seen. We will be looking into data types next. Okay. Are we clear? Okay, we have completed the installation part, right? Python installation is done. Now everybody got Python and we have understood how Anaconda works. Okay, inside Anaconda, what are the different IDEs we have, right? So we have looked into Spyder, how Spyder works, how to use Spyder, how to use Jupyter, and what are the files that we have that can be used. So these are certain topics that we have already covered. Okay. So yeah. So in data types, we have seen we have integer data type. So basically there are 5 types we have seen here: numbers, Boolean, sets, mapping is nothing but dictionaries. Then we have sequences. So these are the different types that we have divided. Inside, when we get deeper into the numerical data types, again we have integer, floating point, complex numbers, and Boolean. Right. So these are different data types that we have here. So when you look into Python, when you run and when you see if you want to see what is the data type we have, so the output will display something like int. Right? It will display int. If you see int, that is nothing but integer. Okay. If you see float is nothing but a floating point. Complex is okay. So these are assigned. These are like assigned values. Okay. If I want to see what is a Boolean, okay, it will be displayed as Boolean. Okay, these things we have to recognize. Okay, so when we have integer, it is a whole number. When we have float, it is a decimal point value, and when it is complex, it is a combination of real and imaginary values. Okay, and Boolean will give me true or false. These are different data types that we have here. So when we say scalar, okay, when we are saying scalar data type, it is one value. Okay, there is no dimension. Okay, there is no dimension. it is we have only one value. If I say a is equal to 1, there is no dimension here. Okay, if I write, okay, if it is a list, okay, so we have maybe it could be one dimensional. Okay, so if there is no dimension, we call it as scalar. Okay, if it is one dimensional, we call it as vector. Okay, if it is two dimensional, we call it as matrix. Okay, we have rows and columns. We have either we have a row or we have a column. In scalar, we have only one value. Okay, that is something. Here it is scalar data type that we are seeing here. Okay, directly I can run. Okay, if I print 1, that automatically will say, okay, that's the value we have given. I can add those values. I can multiply. All these are different operations that we can perform. Already we have seen. Okay, directly I'm trying to print those values. If I want to print, I am going to use a print option. Print is very important option that we have. So now, if I want to print, okay, print float. What is happening here? It's a string. Okay, it's just a string value. Okay, I'm trying to print that value. Now, if I want to know the type, already I have assigned x is equal to 55.45. I have printed that value. Now I want to see what I have here. What is the type that we have? Okay, when I run it, yeah, right. That's a float. The class that we have is a float. It's a 55.45 is a float value. If I want to run anything in the next line, yes, I'm going to use, okay, it gives certain space. If you see here, okay, this is one line, okay, that it has left that line and it has given me. We'll be seeing it practically. Okay, this is an expression that we use to get the output in the next line. Okay. Then we have complex number. If I have a complex number, yes, if I see, that's the complex value. Okay. So automatically it will recognize the data type. Automatically that gives the value. So we have Boolean. So type of true, that says that it is Boolean. Okay, BOOL. Okay, you can see the values. Yeah, that's a Boolean value. So these are like we have sequence types. Okay, in sequence type we have a string, list, and tuple. So string is also ordered. Okay, so if I take a value here, I am saying Python. Okay, and I am giving value this way. Now, if you observe, there is a space here. Okay, two different spaces we have left. So in case of string, it will count each and every value in its index, each and every character. It's a character. So either if it is it's a space also, space is also taken as a, it will be also taken into consideration. Okay, it will come. So if I ask what is the value we have, it takes from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right. So that's the sequence. So it is sequence and it is ordered. If you have spaces also, it will also take spaces to consideration. Right. So anything that is present inside the quotations, that will be taken as a string value. And in the same way, we have list. List is ordered sequence of objects, and tuple is ordered immutable sequence of objects. So there are certain properties that are related to strings here. Okay, we have already seen certain things. So a series or sequence of characters. Okay, it is a series of sequence of characters. Okay, letters, numbers, special characters. It could be anything. Anything that is present inside quotes. Okay, anything that is present inside quotes, either it is a single quote or double quote or triple quote, we call it as a string value. Okay, so the input we are going to provide in the string format. Okay, so characters can be accessed using indexing. Okay, we can access into these characters. Okay, we can access into these characters. Okay, and we can perform certain operations called as slicing. We'll be looking into slicing. Okay, next when we look into string and what is string, how we can create a string. Then how can we access into the string, and what are different functions that we have? Okay, that we'll be looking into next. And strings are immutable. Okay, yes, we can access into string, but once the string is created, that cannot be changed. The contents of a string cannot be changed once created. Okay, that's a statement. These are the different statements that are very important that we should remember. Okay, and positive indexing starts from 0 and negative indexing starts from. So, for example, if I am taking Python, okay, that's a string. So we said that there is indexing. So indexing will start from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we have something called as reverse indexing. So reverse indexing will always start from -1, -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, and -6. Clear? So that's the difference. Okay. How we are going to use them, that we'll be looking into. When we look into the concept of slicing, then again we'll be looking into indexing part. So now we need to understand that we have something called as forward indexing, and we have something called as reverse indexing, backward indexing, or we can call it as backward. So either if I want to access the values this way, I can do it, or if I want to access the values this way, also I can. Both are possible in case of indexing. So this will be followed everywhere. Okay, wherever we have sequence, like in case of list, in case of tuple. Okay, so in this case also we will have the forward indexing and backward. It is possible in both cases. So. Okay, so yeah, I can create a multiple line string. Right, there are like so if there is a multiple line string, so what I'm going to do, I am going to use triple quotation. If I use triple quotations, I can assign one. So if I run it, so what I have to do, if I run only one line, what will happen? It will give me an error. Right? If I just keep the cursor here, when I run it, yeah. So it gives me EOF, okay. While scanning triple quoted string literal. So it has started with this, but it couldn't able to find this end line. Okay. So what we have to do, we have to select all these values and have to. Okay. The same thing, if I am using Jupyter, just I'm copying this and I am using Jupyter. In Jupyter, if I just copy it, what I am going to do, I'm not going to copy everything. It's not required. Okay. If I'm not going to select everything, I'm just keep my cursor here. I'm going to run it. Simple. Right? If I want to know what I have in A, I'm going to write A. See, that's the string that I have created. Okay. If I want to print A, so I'm going to get the value. So that is what we have created here. And so that is how we run the line here. Okay, when we are running something in Spyder, we need to select all and we need to run it. Now, in this case, we have created the string already, and I'm using /n. Okay, just try to observe. Okay, /n will give me a new line. Okay, it gives me a new line here. In the next line, the value will be printed. So when I am running it, okay, if I just run only this, okay, you can observe. Right, so you can see here all these in single quotation and single line we can see, but here it is divided. Okay, wherever we have /n, okay, so it is showing me, okay, wherever we have /n, that is taken in a next line. Here. So that is how we can use /n here. The /n can be used in that. Okay. So we can create multiple strings, right? I'm just trying to create a string here. So I'm trying to print. So in print option, we can use string. Okay. Maybe I'm printing something like, so I'm creating A is equal to 10 and B is equal to 1. Okay. Now I have written C is equal to A plus B, right? So when I run it, right? So I have assigned these values and I have got the value. Okay. Now I want to print it. So what I'm going to do, print, okay? Inside print, that's a function, right? It always follows with parentheses. Inside that I'm writing, I'm using string here. Okay. Inside string, the output of adding A and B, values equal to. Okay. So where is my output? That output I have here in C. Right. And now if I print, I'm going to get. So how to present your output? Yes, I can give it. Right. Output of adding A and B is equal to 30. So here also we are using string values. We can use the string values this way. Okay, we will be using it. Okay, so when we come across different values, we will be using. Okay. Are we clear up to this? Do we have any doubts? Yeah. Okay. So I'm creating a string here. Okay, I'm creating a string here. Sharat is trainer. Then I am trying to print it. The same thing, whatever. Okay, now we are using one more function. There is a built-in function called as len. Len, okay? That is the built-in function associated with string. So if I give len, always function will follow with the parenthesis. Inside that parenthesis, I am giving the value. So what I have given here, already I have assigned something. Okay, already I have assigned a value here, that is S1. So I'm trying to print that. Right? When I try to print that value, I will be getting the length. So now let's see what we have here. In Sharat, okay, Sharat is trainer. So I am starting with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there is a space. I'm giving 6, 7, 8. We have 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Right, exactly. Right. So if we count, so that's the length we are getting. Total length of the string we are getting. So that count will be taken along with spaces. Right. So I'm just printing it. I'm saying that length is clear. Right. So yeah, we can use string in print statements. We can use string in print statements, and we use print statement to get the output displayed. Okay, so we'll see the last concept, that is slicing for today. Okay, and we'll continue the same in the next week. Okay. So yeah, so we have a string underscore name. Okay, we have positive index that starts from 0 and negative index always starts from -1. Okay, that we call it as the reverse order. So when we have slicing, okay, slicing is a concept that we use to access the string. If I want to access a string or any data type that is in sequential order, that maintains the sequence, that has an ordered form, or it has index, there we can use slicing. Okay, so slicing, when it comes to slicing, So we are going to give the values in square brackets. Okay. So in these square brackets, we are going to mention the index values. Right. If you have like the index will start with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are the values here. So maybe I am writing something like P, Y, T, H, O, N. Right. That is the string we have. And to this string, these are the values. Okay, this is the index. Now, this is start index. Okay, always 0 is the start index. And this is the end. So the end value, we never know. Okay, the end value could be anything. Okay, that's the end index. Okay, this is the start index. Okay, and how these values goes. Okay, so we have one step. This is step 1. Then we have second step. Then we have third. Then we have 4. Then we have 5. So when I'm trying to access something, how do I have to access? If I require only these values, if I require only these values, be printed. Can I do that? Yes. Right. If I want only this value to be printed, can I do that? Yes. How can we do that? We are going to use a process called as slicing. So which will give me start index. We have to provide start index. We have to provide end index. That is nothing but we call it as stop index. And the next we have step index. Start, stop, and step. These are 3 different index values ever. So in this case, if I see start is 0. Okay, the end is 5. Okay, the step is 1. If I give these values, I should be getting this printed. Okay, but now we should be looking into one more thing. When it comes to stop index, this is syntax. Okay, it is syntax. So in syntax, they have created such a way that whenever I give a stop index, that will take as n minus 1. So n is the value I am giving as 5. So that when it comes to the stop index, it will be taken as n minus 1. So now it will take only 4. Okay. Are you getting this point? Right? The start index, stop index, and step index. Right? These are the 3 different index values we are going to. Yeah. Right? So now, if you have any doubts, you can ask me. Right? We have start index, we have stop index, and step index. How we are going to use them, we will be seeing later. We are trying to understand this particular concept. Okay. So when it comes to start index, when it comes to stop index and step index, so start index so we are going to give the stop index value, then start index value. If we do not give any values, okay, for example, if I am not giving any values here, always by default, start index will be taken as 0. Okay, if I'm not giving any value, start index will be taken as 0. So these are separated by columns. Then if I do not give any value in stop index, that will automatically assume that it will go to the end of that particular variable, that particular data type. Either it could be a list or it could be string. Okay, so whatever we have at the end, up to that end point, it will go. If I'm not giving any value there. Then if I do not give any step value, automatically it will take 1 as default. Clear? Right? If I do not give any value here, so it will be taken as, by default, it will take 0. This is default. By default, it will be taken as 0. Okay. And by default, this step will be taken as, so start, stop, and step. Clear? Right? So this is a slicing process that we are going to use to access this value. Okay, for example, I am writing Okay, Python. I want to get. Yes, slicing can be done in backward also. We will be discussing. Okay, slicing will be done in backward also. We can access this. Okay, we will be doing that. We will be doing that. If we once understand what is slicing basically, so we can work on backward or front. Okay. Okay. Now, in this particular string that I have, I want to get only y to be printed. Okay, I want to get only y to be printed, y and t to be printed. So what we have to write? How we have to take start, stop, and step? Yes, friends. Yeah, can you give me the answer? Output. How we can write that? You can give a try. So it should be in brackets. That's the syntax. Okay. So I'm taking a column here. Okay. So I don't want to. Okay. So how do we start? What is the start index? Start index. Okay. Here it is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Right. So start index. I want to start from y. I don't want to start from p. Yes or no? I want to print this. So I'm going to give 1. Okay. And where I have to stop? I have to stop at 2. If I want to stop at 2, can I give 2 here? Exactly. Right. I cannot give 2. I have to give 3. Okay. Then if I do not give any value here also, automatically it will run. Right. So if I give only 1 column 3 also, I will be getting y and t, because by default this value will be taken as 1. If not, okay, if not, what we have to do? I have to give that value also. I'm going to give 1 also. 1, 3, 1. If I provide 1, 3, 1, the output I am going to get, that will be y and t. Clear? That is how we are going to do the access. If I do not provide anything, okay, if I say that I want to take first 3 letters, the first 3 characters to be printed. Now what we have to do? What we have to change here? What we have to do? If I want pyt, if I want pyt to be printed, so what we have to do? Yes, friends? How to change this? Exactly. Right. If I take 4, what will happen? Yogesh? If I take 4, it will print up to h. It will take 4 minus 1, right? So it will print up to 3. Okay. So if I want only first 3 letters, I'm going to take only 3. Are we clear? Yeah. Okay. It's almost 11:52. Okay. We'll wind up. Okay. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Okay. We'll see this program part next week. Okay. You have any doubts? Do you have any doubts? You can ask me. Yeah, friends. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. Okay. Manju says it's clear. Okay. Okay. So what are the assignments? Sorry. I didn't get that. Assignments do we need to submit today? Okay. Yeah. Possible to submit today. Okay. I'm going to show you. Again, okay, where do we have these assignments? So first we have completed introduction to Python, right? So you have study material. In study material, we have assignment problem. You can download, okay, and you can work on your assignment. So in this case, you need not to work on code part. Okay, it's completely theoretical. So you can write this and you can submit it. Okay, and then next we have data type. There are certain things we have already seen. Operators we have seen. Okay, and data types we are trying to look into. It's not completed completely. Whatever is done, just try to do it. Okay, but for this week, you can complete this assignment. Okay. Okay. So these are different modules we are going to work it out, and these are the recorded videos we have. And finally, you have exam and you will get certificate. So for each module, you are going to have exam. You will write your exam, you are going to complete it. Okay. So you have first to go for exam, first you need to complete your assignments. First assignments to be completed. You can submit them directly here. We have submit assignment and we have quiz. Okay. So today try to complete this assignment part and try to go through quiz. Okay. You can also complete quiz. Okay. Quiz for data types. Okay. Yeah, that you can do. Okay, friends. We have Mihir online. Yeah, good morning. So he will be your teaching assistant. Okay, if you have any further queries, doubts, anything, so sit, okay, clear, okay, and you can ask him. Okay, you have to complete your assignment. Okay, you have to be in the link, complete your assignments, and if you have any doubts or anything, you can ask me here. Try to complete your quiz questions also. Okay, I see that there are no more queries. Okay, if you have any more queries, you can ask me. Still we have 5 minutes time. Rajshekhar, are you in the session? Yeah, Rajshekhar. Okay, if you have any queries, you can ask me. Okay. Okay, Mihir, I am making you the host. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that access I do not have, I guess. Okay. Mihir, I made you the host. Okay. Thank you. If you have any further questions, friends, you can ask Mihir. He will be online for next 1 hour. Please try to complete your assignments as soon as possible. Thank you, friends. Let's meet next week. Have a great day.